have an announcement. Our Zoom link that we normally use had expired, and so there is a new Zoom link up on the board, and for the people out there in Never Never Land, so you need to put that new ID in, and it's 845-8607-3407. So the Zoom link that is on the front of the agenda is not good. The new one is 845-8607-3407. And then welcome to the meeting of Tuesday, June 3rd. Kaylee, can we have roll call?
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Arroyo?
Here.
Supervisor Wilson?
Present.
Supervisor Bohn? Supervisor Madrone?
Present.
Chair Bushnell?
Good morning.
All are here.
Thank you. We're going to salute our flag, please. Before we continue with our agenda today, we'll be closing in memory of Rodrigo Sanchez, who lost his life on Highway 36 in service. And I'm going to just ask for a moment of silence, recognizing his sacrifice. Thank you. CAO, any modifications to the agenda?
Yes, Chair Bushnell. One item, item D27, will be pulled for discussion.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to go on to our consent calendar, and we will go into our proclamations unless anybody on the board has something else to say about the consent calendar. Okay. Okay, so we'll come back. When you see them come in, let me know. Okay. I'm trying to get to them. So the first proclamation that we're going to read is a retirement resolution for Sergeant Jamie Barney, and I think Sheriff Hansel is going to come forward. So this is a two-pager, so bear with me. Lots of accomplishments.
Come on up there, Sarge.
Come on. Okay. Okay, Humboldt County Board of Resolution in honor of Sergeant Jamie Barney. Whereas after graduating high school, Jamie Barney enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. He served as a machine gunner and machine gun section leader in the 3rd Battalion, 9th Marines. After his honorable discharge, he used his GI Bill to enroll in courses at College of the Redwoods to further his education. And whereas on May 5th, 1998, Jamie Barney was hired as a correctional officer by the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office. And whereas on December 24th, 2000, Jamie Barney was promoted to the rank of Senior Correctional Officer, where he was responsible for line-level supervision and training of new correctional officers. And whereas on August 29th, 2024, Jamie Barney was promoted to the rank of Deputy Sheriff Recruit. And whereas on June 19th, 2005, Jamie Barney was promoted to the rank of Deputy Sheriff 1 after successfully completing the College of the Redwoods 96th Basic Law Enforcement Academy. And whereas on December 31st, 2006, Jamie Barney was promoted to the rank of Deputy Sheriff 2, and whereas on October 21, 2018, Jamie Barney was promoted to the rank of Sheriff Sergeant, and whereas Jamie Barney has held the position of Special Weapons and Tactic Team Member, Firearms Instructor, Field Training Officer, Acting Sergeant, Color Guard Member, Deputy Coroner, Coroner Division Sergeant, Humboldt Deputy Sheriff's Organization President and Vice President. And whereas Jamie Barney, throughout his career, obtained his intermediate, advanced, and supervisory certificate from the California Commission on Peace Officers Standards and Training, POST. Was a graduate of the POST Sherman Block Leadership Institute, Class 506. And whereas Jamie Barney has received numerous letters of commendation and appreciation related to his professionalism, dedication, compassion during his law enforcement career. And whereas Jamie Barney has always approached his over 27-year career in law enforcement with passion, honor, a sense of humor, compassion for the community he served, and loyalty to those he served with. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, Sheriff William F. Hansel, and the staff of the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office hereby commends and thanks Sergeant Barney for his dedicated 27-plus years of selfless service to the citizens of Humboldt County and the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office. We wish him well in his retirement. So I don't know how you sum up a life career of 27 years in a resolution, and I'm sure that there are many things beyond that were missed, and many people's lives that you touched that has never been spoken of. So our board thanks you tremendously for your service and all that you have done for Humboldt County. And so I'm going to bring it, I think, to first you or Sheriff Hansel, and then back to my board.
I would love to talk about Jamie. There's many stories. I've known Jamie forever. Today's, again, we talk about bittersweet days. These are one of those days because Jamie's one of the good guys. He's one of the guys that in our department everyone looks up to. He's one of those guys that, we've gone head to head over negotiations, over HDSO stuff, but it was always done in a respectful manner and a way that we both walked away, knowing that we advocated for each other's side and for what's best for the deputies. And so he did that. And he's also tried and true. He ran our coroner's office for several years, and we get the most feedback from the coroner's office, being there at the worst days of people, doing death notifications, one of the most difficult things that we have to do, giving that tremendously bad news. And Jamie's one of those guys that sat with people for sometimes hours, while they grieve, coordinating family members to come with them, our chaplain program, and all these things were because of Jamie and his leadership and his team up there. And those are the kind of things that never get mentioned. Those are the kind of things when you work law enforcement or when you reflect on someone's career that they don't understand the weight that our deputies carry and what Jamie has seen and accomplished and done over the course of his 27 years. And it's truly spectacular to see him in such good shape, still, great attitude. And the thing is, he's not hanging it up. Actually, he's retiring to get another job with Yurok Tribal Police Department as a lieutenant.
Oh,
and so,
congratulations.
he's being promoted, going to work for Chief O'Rourke and the Yurok Tribe, and he's going to do some tremendous things up there. He's still going to remain, deputized so he can enforce, state law. So he's still going to be one of us, but he's going to enhance our community by, doing great things for the Yurok Tribe. And so we couldn't be more happy for him and Teresa and his family. So really appreciate it. He's a guy that lives out his faith, and we really appreciate that aspect of things as well. So congratulations, Jamie. Appreciate you. All right.
So before we get going, let me bring this out to you.
Yeah.
Okay. You're awesome. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna give you this to hold. I'm gonna get in the middle of y'all. You want him in the middle?
No, that's good. Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, now it's time for you to give a little speech. So,
You guys have a busy agenda, I see, but I appreciate working with every one of you guys. That's some of my funnest times is being the HUSO president and meeting with you guys and button heads. But the career is still going on, but I am looking forward to not working 12-hour shifts. It has been a long time. My daughter is a dispatcher now, so
yes.
that's how long it's been. Appreciate it. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. So don't leave yet, because we're going to bring it back to the board, and I think Supervisor Bohn has something to say.
Barney, thank your wife for all the considerations he's done, so you have somewhere to go home and eat tonight. Recognize your family,
Yeah.
just because they've been there the whole time, and that you've got a great family, so.
Well, that's my wife, Dad, my mom who loves to do ride-alongs, and my aunt.
Very nice.
Anybody else from the board? Oh, go ahead.
So Barney's was probably one of the first phone numbers I got. And since he was always wanting more money, I always called when I needed something, because then he wanted to show that he was worth it. But you talk about follow-up, follow-through, days off, and everything else. He did the job, and he did the job proudly. And as you're always upset when somebody retires, but let's be honest. Some people you can retire and says they were ready to retire. And then there's some people you're sorry they're retiring, and Barney, you're one of those. Knowing that you're going to the work for the Urocs, and I think that's a great thing. You're still going to be out, doing what's right for the community. So, I appreciate everything you've done for me.
Supervisor Madrone.
Jamie, it's a pleasure to have worked with you. I didn't get a lot of chances, but I remember our first time meeting at Ramon's and talking about the Deputy Sheriff's Organization when you represented them. And you, as Sheriff Hansel said, were a very strong advocate for our deputies, and I appreciate that. And I look forward to working with you in the 5th District with the Yurok tribe and all the issues that are there, including public law, 280 and how we navigate all that. So you're the right guy for the job, and I congratulate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Hi. We didn't get to know each other terribly well, but I did spend some time with you, and I appreciated the insight you provided into the coroner's office and the functions there, and also you've just been a straight shooter, and I appreciate getting your unvarnished perspective on things, but respectful but unvarnished, which is it's an art to be able to do that. So I'm excited that you're going to the Yurok tribe to bestow your gifts upon them for a while, and they'll be lucky to have you. But thanks for your service here.
Thank you.
Hold on.
There's more of
Supervisor
me
Wilson.
than you know. I just want to echo the comments of Supervisor Arroyo. I think that reflects pretty well my experience with you as well, especially in the negotiations and sort of the institution-to-institution relationship that you were able to really keep functional. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
So I remember when I was first elected, and I came and met you, and we talked for a while, and then you're like, we're getting down to business. And I appreciated that. I've appreciated the communications I've had with you. Also, sorry, this thing is echoing. I've had some unfortunate opportunities to have to be around the coroner's office with some of my family members, and I can't say thank you enough for what happens there, what was instituted by you, and how the coroner's office really deals with the community. And it's just in the worst time of your life, it makes a difference, and you all make a difference to those family members. And so I especially want to say thank you. I'm so glad that you're still going to be one of them, one of you, and I know you'll do great things for the Yurok tribes as well, and up there, and have a new role and be able to do some new things. And thank your family so much for all. It's a sacrifice for yourself and for your family. And so congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
So we're going to go on our consent calendar, and Supervisor Madrone would like to say something about item 7, which is the forest health letter.
Yeah, so basically, this is a letter asking the federal government to please not be pulling all the money for our forestry work, our fuel reduction work. As we all know, we have a lot of dangerous fire conditions that happen, and look at the weather the last couple days, and it was just May and early June, right? So this is just basically asking for a continuation of support for funding that's been provided to our fire safe councils, our, comes to the Natural Resource Conservation Service for private landowner work, doing important fuel reduction and fire prevention and forest health work. So it's just a simple letter saying we'd like to see that continue to be supported. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course. So the next proclamation we're going to read is a proclamation for Two Spirits, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual Pride Month. And this is coming from Supervisor Arroyo.
Great, and I think I saw Ariel walk in. Are you here to receive it? You can go ahead and come on up. So you'll be able to make some comments after I read this, and then with other items, like other items on the consent calendar, folks can comment at the end as well. All right. Welcome. All right. This proclamation is in honor of Pride Month, and hopefully folks saw the Pride flag flying outside the courthouse. Whereas in 2022, proclamations were signed by United States President Joe Biden and California Governor Gavin Newsom declaring June as Pride Month, and the County of Humboldt joined the state of California and federal government in recognizing Pride Month to honor the history of two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual people, and support the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas the month of June is annually celebrated as Two-Spirit LGBTQIA Pride Month throughout the country to honor the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Manhattan, which is acknowledged as a tipping point for the Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus rights movement. And whereas the first Pride March was held on June 28, 1970 in New York City on the one-year anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising and continues across the United States and in Humboldt County. And whereas the rainbow flag is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus people in society and shall be raised annually throughout the month of June at County of Humboldt facilities. And whereas Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus people are residents, colleagues, leaders, neighbors, and loved ones who continue to have influential and lasting contributions that make the county a vibrant place in which to live, work, and visit. And whereas the County of Humboldt is committed to advocating for equity, visibility, dignity, and safety of Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus people, as well as our most vulnerable trans and BIPOC members in this diverse community. And whereas in 2023, the County of Humboldt's first queer affinity group was established as a space for Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus employees and their allies within the organization to convene for the purpose of policy suggestion, networking, and professional development. The Queer Affinity Group is designed to cultivate an inclusive workspace for all employees and is not intended to be a space of educating but organizational progress. I think it may be not only.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all of the above. Whereas while society at large increasingly supports Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus equality, it is essential to acknowledge that education and advocacy remain vital to end discrimination and prejudice within Humboldt County and across the nation. And whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has infinite dignity and worth, and the County of Humboldt calls upon the people of this county to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere that it exists. And whereas celebrating Pride Month promotes awareness and provides support and advocacy for Humboldt County's Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus community, and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, advance equal rights, and honor the humanity of all Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus people. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims June 2025 and annually thereafter as Pride Month in celebration and support of the Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus community.
Hi, you can go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, members of the board, county staff, and coworkers. My name is Arroyo Hilton Bridges, and I am here to accept this proclamation on behalf of the Queer Affinity Group and the queer community. I am here on behalf of those in our community who are no longer with us. I am here for those who cannot be here due to stigma, fear, or misunderstanding. I am here because those who came before me stood up for equality, love, and community. Thank you for standing alongside us and standing up for us. Thank you for your support in the affinity groups as a whole, and in particular for the queer affinity group. And thank you for being with us once again this year, and hopefully for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. So anybody else that wants to comment on this item can do so at the end of the meeting for public comment, but I'll bring it back to the board. And Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I think it's safe to say that this is an unusual time for a lot of community members who feel scared. And so I appreciate you mentioning that and also speaking about people we've lost. I know I've lost people, and people I know have lost their children to suicide, and that is a real consideration. So I know we want to make this a celebratory moment, but I think it's really important to also talk about people's safety, physical safety, and intellectual, emotional, psychological safety. And that's why I will continue to be an outspoken voice in support of queer community members. So, not only do I want to celebrate equality and everyone's right to be themselves, but it's critically important that we literally save people's lives by showing them support and equality. So thank you for bringing this forward, and for doing the organizing to support your fellow county colleagues in the affinity group. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you for your work with the affinity group and all that you do to help represent this community, and especially in these times. Unfortunately, it seems like a lot of stuff has increased lately again. And it's so unfortunate, like in our high schools, the pressure that students go through because of their gender choices or other racial issues and different things. It's just not okay. And so I really, really applaud you all and thank you for your efforts. And we have a pride flag, rainbow flag flying in our backyard year round. And we're very honored of it. We have a multiracial, multi-gender family. And I know our grandkids and everybody associated with it really appreciate that. So whatever little bit we can all do to try and make for a better society, a more welcoming society, is important. And so thank you for the important work you do.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson.
For me, simply, this is about freedom, inclusion, and as much joy as possible. So I really appreciate this board, your work, and the work of this community to, arc into the right direction. And I just want to be thankful, and I'm glad we're flying the flag. I think everyone's a part of it.
Thank you. I echo my colleagues' sentiments, and thank you for bringing here and bringing awareness to this proclamation in this month. Okay, we are going to go, thank you so much. We're going to go on to our next item, which is proclamation recognizing June 2025 as Men's Health Month, and this is brought to us by Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, man, let's step up here. We think we're really tough guys and we could just handle everything. We don't need to ask for help, and that leads to some negative outcomes, frankly. So this proclamation is honor of men stepping up and doing their best. And so whereas the health and well-being of men and boys are critically important to the overall health of families, communities, and our nation, whereas despite advances in medical technology and research, men continue to live on average 5 years less than women, and men of color face even greater disparities in health outcomes. And whereas many of the leading causes of death among men, such as heart disease, cancer, and unintentional injuries, are preventable with early detection, healthy lifestyle choices, and timely medical care. And whereas Men's Health Month is an opportunity to raise awareness about the importance of healthy lifestyle, regular exercise, balanced nutrition, and routine medical screenings, and whereas this observance also seeks to encourage men and boys to take charge of their health, to seek help when needed, and to foster environments that support physical, mental, and emotional well-being. And whereas the month of June 2025 is dedicated to empowering men with the tools and information they need to lead healthier and longer lives, and to encouraging the workplaces, healthcare providers, and families to be allies in this effort. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim June 2025 as Men's Health Month in Humboldt County, and encourage all residents to raise awareness of the importance of men's health, to support the health and safety of men and boys in our lives, and to foster a culture of prevention and wellness. So is there anybody here to receive this proclamation? I'm not sure there is, but yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
No, I'm
Supervisor
sorry.
Bohn.
I need to talk about that.
Yes,
I'm somebody dealt with that recently.
excuse
Yeah,
me.
At the end.
At the end, there'll be public comments.
I have something more important to talk about.
You can,
That's-
excuse me, sir. So you can talk, excuse me, sir. You can talk at non-agenda items if you have something that's not on the agenda, which will be right coming up, or you may make public comment on these agenda items at the end when excuse me, sir, when I call for it. Okay? So is there anybody here for the Men's Health Month proclamation? Is there any comment from the board besides Rex saying he's one of those?
I got a picture on my phone at 4:30 this morning
No.
of 3 deer following me when I was going out for my walk
Oh,
this
there you
morning. So
go.
there you go.
So, Supervisor Arroyo.
I just appreciate bringing attention to this. I think there are some real cultural barriers to men looking after their health. I mean, you spoke to it and the proclamation spoke to it. So I don't think I need to elaborate on that point, but I appreciate that. We know that we have challenges with access to care here. And despite a lot of great people doing the best they can to improve it, it's still hard, and so it takes that extra effort, and it's an extra hurdle to get health care and make sure folks are maintaining regular screenings and diagnostic checkups, and I just encourage folks to do that. And I think it's important to specifically urge the men in our lives to take care of their health too, because I've seen in my own family where it has fallen by the wayside, and it's been really sad. So thanks for drawing attention to it.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, it's not just a life expectancy number. Men are 4 times more likely to take their own lives than women, and there's a lot of reasons for that, and so I just want to emphasize that there is a crisis in men's mental health in this country. I think internationally, and something we need to be thinking a lot more about, and hopefully we'll see some positive changes.
I once again echo the sentiments of my colleagues, and it's not different than we bring a lot of attention for breast cancer awareness, and to do those pre-screenings and all the things around breast cancer, and it's not different for men and the health issues that you need to be diligent about. And so thank you, Supervisor Madrone, for bringing this forward. At this time, we're going to continue on with our consent calendar. Is there any other comments on the consent calendar from the board? Okay. Supervisor Wilson?
No, just want me to move consent?
I'm going to do public comment.
Oh.
And so we're going to go to public comment on the Zoom. Kaylee, is there anybody there?
No.
Okay, so we're going to do public comment in the room, and this is about the consent calendar only. And if you have a comment other than the consent calendar, that will be later. So, sir, do you have a comment about the consent calendar? Any of these?
The last
items.
item you were talking about.
Which item, sir?
The last one, mental health.
It's not mental health, it's men's health.
Men's health. Well, isn't this part of our body, our head?
Your time is going to start
Okay.
right now.
So I'm dealt with deep depression most of my life. Okay, so my escape, I don't use drugs. I have my own, I have a PhD in me. I have not seen a doctor in 30 years of any kind. I have my original teeth, okay? But my escape is sleep, 12 to 14 hours a day, okay? So last Tuesday, I asked my personal assistant, how much time do I have left on planet Earth? 10 minutes to Planet Fitness. Okay, so exercise is, I know, a solution without drugs. It works for me. I'm alive today because of that. I'm here because I was close this year of not being here. Okay, so this is something that's not discussed, and it needs to be addressed, and there's other options besides drugs. We're using drugs for too many things, and they're abused, and we're ending up with drug addicts based on doctors overprescribing medications, heavy pain medications. Okay, so we need this to, basically, another thing, I'm mourning here a loss of common sense here in Humboldt County, and mostly in the city of Eureka. City's going to pot, literally, and they give away guns for free, which is needles, and they've legalized magic mushrooms. So if you want drugs, the world knows Humboldt County and the city wants to be the top place to go for drugs. So get rid of drugs. I'll bring a proclamation in the future. The last time I was here, I warned you within 30 days there would be a major earthquake. Well, that happened off the coast. They went crazy here. A tsunami wave would have happened within 10 to 15 minutes. So there was no tsunami wave. The tsunami warnings went as far as San Francisco. You had people going as far as the Pink Lady. You need to get away. It's going insane here. And by the way, gasoline will go to $8.25 next year. That's a projection, okay? There will be mass exodus out of this state. Mass exodus out of this state. So I'm warning you, once you see that, I wonder what happened in California is because we're losing 2 refineries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hi, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Bushnell, members of the board, and CAO Hayes. My name is Natalie Miller-Rubio, and I am the Racial and Cultural Equity Manager from the Department of Health and Human Services. I've come today to support your in support of your proclamation for Pride Month and to share my appreciation for all of you. We're in a moment in time when people of all identities, races, sexual orientation, genders, immigration status are feeling understandably insecure about their safety, their well-being, access to services and protections. Your board's continued commitment to honoring, celebrating, and uplifting every member of this community is affirming and gives a sense of solid footing when it feels like the ground is tilting beneath us. Thank you. Today's Pride Proclamation and the flags waving outside county buildings throughout the month matter. Your words today matter. I've had multiple staff and folks from the community share how much it means to them to hear from you and to see the flag coming up each year. How it has made them feel seen and valued by their local government leaders, by their employers, and for many, their peers and colleagues. It's true today as we honor Pride Month, and it's also true when we celebrate the many other identities, experiences, and heritages found across our diverse community. The proclamation was brought today through Supervisor Arroyo in partnership with our Queer Affinity Group, and I just want to shine a light on all of our affinity groups. Participants make up a small but mighty portion of our county workforce. The queer, Latinx, Indigenous, Neurodivergent, American Sign Language, and over 40 protected class affinity groups provide necessary space for connection and belonging. They are spaces where all staff are welcome. And if there isn't one yet that calls to you, I encourage you to reach out to HR because any staff can start one at any time. And it's efforts like this that continue to make the county an attractive workplace despite the challenges that we're all facing day to day. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for this proclamation, and thank you for using your voices and this platform to say that all people do belong here. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue with public comment in the room, I just want to remind folks that the Zoom link that was posted previously is not working, and that there is a new Zoom link, 845, meeting ID 845-8607-3407. It additionally is up on Access Humboldt. So if you're having a hard time or not finding yourself being able to log in, please use the new meeting ID. Welcome, Kent.
Good morning, Kent Swatsky. I wish to support the comments made by Supervisor Madrone on item 7. It's very important that we get our money here and do our fuels reduction. It's our survival, basically. I did wish to make comment on number 10 also. I highly recommend that men take care of their health. I'm supposed to go pick up my lab results after this meeting from Open Door Clinic. Take the full thing where they do the blood test, they do your PSA, and all those other tests. That's imperative. I think that's a baseline everybody should have. I keep all mine every time to see what's going up and down, and highly recommend, because when you get to be 71 or something, then you start all of a sudden valuing the improper health decisions you made during your whole life. I do wish to make comment also on number 11 regarding the operating budget for the Humboldt County Fair Association. It's a sad state of affair. It looks like we're going to lose a lot of our income. I think we have, I don't know if we ever got our $1 million paid back, probably didn't. If we did, well, fantastic. I'm glad they were able to do that for us. That's really good news to hear that happen. So a lot of those things were upbeat things. I also did want to make mention on I spent quite a bit of my time upstairs on floor 2 talking to the people who are going into dependency court. I can't go into those court things, but I can talk to the people out there. And you have a item 28, professional service agreement with a Richard England regarding the provisions of expert witness services according with the Indian Child Welfare Act. And I've spoken before on this repeatedly, and the name repeatedly comes up, and people say, well, they've been ignored by this person, he doesn't respond, or he actually picks a side and takes a side on these particular things. I think that you really, some people don't value some of my opinions on these kind of things, but I think this one could be a significant one because it's going to come into litigation in the future. Things like this are being investigated. If you have somebody you're trusting who appears to have personal prejudices, now he's a member of one tribe. A lot of these people upstairs are members, a lot of them, you'd be surprised how many indigenous families are comprised of 2 different tribal members. So unfortunately, this, in the public perception, this individual actually goes to the tribes and tries to bully them and not in using their ICWA when they actually should be. And that's unfortunate, and that does not bode well. We still have a decree from the state Attorney General, and when this all comes to light, I think you're going to find that this is a real, a very costly mistake you're making today for $70,000 per year rather than getting somebody else who may be able to do impartial ICWA. It's an important thing to me and a lot of the people to see that everybody gets a fair shake and not a biased opinion from quote-unquote expert witness that work on one side. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Just in time. I am Verda Pitts. I am a member of the Creek tribe, and I am a mother, and my family has been deeply harmed and impacted by the corruption inside of Humboldt County's child welfare and court systems. I'm here to speak about Rich England, the ICWA specialist under contract with DHHS. From what I've witnessed, he does not represent the protection of Native children or families. He wrote a letter about my sister without ever speaking to her and falsely claimed that she ignored his communication outreach. When I personally reached out to him at the recommendation of a mutual friend, I was blocked. That is not an active effort. That's not cultural competency. That is a person helping protect the county, not the children. ICWA is federal law. It was written to protect Native children from exactly what is happening here in Humboldt. But instead of honoring it, its intent, Humboldt County has weaponized ICWA, just like it has weaponized the family court system and the dependency court system to discredit, punish, and silence protective parents. In my case, my tribe's social workers were willing and wanted to help. They actually spoke with me for 4 hours and said my case was an occult sex trafficking crime and it needed to be handled by the FBI. That was based upon evidence that they saw. They didn't understand why Humboldt doesn't want to do anything. Unfortunately, my tribe was silenced because of communication with DHHS, Humboldt County higher-ups, if you will. I won't name them right now. They will be named later. Let's not forget this. Humboldt County has already been investigated by the California State Attorney General for its failure to honor ICWA. That investigation was earned, and this county has learned nothing from it. Now, federal civil rights filings are happening, not just from me, but from other families across Humboldt County who have experienced the same systemic harm. We're documenting the lies, we have evidence, the misconduct is on paper, and the trauma is real. I will just say my kids have not been home in 1 year, in a week. June 13th, it will be 1 year since my children have been home. So, Mr. England, hello, I am Verda Pitts, and I would like to know, are you here to help Native children and families, or are you here to support a system that protects itself at all costs, even when the cost is our children's safety and our families' futures? You cannot pretend to support ICWA while avoiding the parents of the very children you claim to protect. You cannot claim neutrality while submitting false information. And you cannot stay silent and expect us to believe you stand with us or for us. Justice is coming for every family that has been targeted, silenced, and broken by this county. We are not afraid to speak, and we will not stop until the truth is known.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in the room? Okay, and I'm going to ask one more time for Zoom.
There is none, Chair.
Okay, is there anybody logged on yet?
There's not.
Okay. Well, we'll just keep reminding you that if you're trying to get on Zoom, please look at the new meeting ID up on the television or whatever you're listening to. And so I'll bring it back to my board for a motion minus D27. Yeah, after the motion.
I'll move the consent calendar minus D27.
I'll second.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, you know, I've been personally hearing a lot of issues with Mr. England from my constituents and my community. Of course, I have, 8 out of 9 of the tribes in my district. So I'm uncomfortable with the motion to approve all of this if it includes item number 28. My preference would be to exclude item 28, deal with that separately. I'm sorry I didn't bring it up earlier, pull it from the agenda. Sometimes this happens when we hear public comment. But I do support the agenda as a whole. It's just not that item.
Okay, so could I ask the motion maker to amend to pull item 20, is it 28?
It is item 28, I believe, yes.
Sure, just for
That's correct.
clarification for process, do we want to pull it for discussion today or bring it back at a later time?
I believe that
Bringing it back would be good from my perspective.
I'm going to ask
Okay.
council because it's on the agenda for today, so I'm not sure what we can do.
I can amend it.
It can be discussed today on items pulled from the consent
Yeah.
calendar. It could also be brought back at a later time as well.
I'm going to move that we approve the consent calendar having D27 to be discussed today and D28 to be brought back at a later date.
I'm going to, before we second that, is Director Beck here? And is that going to create any problems, like time frame issue? No? Okay. Can we get a second?
I continue to second the modified motion.
Okay. So are there any other comments from this board? Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I want to thank the motion maker and the seconder for considering that, and I thank the public members for commenting. We talk a lot about how we want to improve our relations with tribes in particular, and how we do all that kind of stuff, and I think taking a good close look at this is one of the ways we do that, so thank you.
Supervisor Bohn.
And so what are we looking for when we bring this back? Are we looking for a slate of people that can fill this position, or a slate of people to come say he's doing a good job, or he's doing a bad job. Because I didn't get any contact on this, and I'm not saying that I've got, but I mean, also have tribes that sneak over into my, and I'm just, and I work with Trinidad and things like that. And I haven't heard a lot, so what I'm trying to figure out is what we expect to accomplish. Can we give staff a little direction of what they're expected to bring back instead of, if they bring back what they brought back, we're in the same boat. So if you're going to change boats, let's tell them which one we want.
I'm going to
or we'd
ask
like.
Supervisor Madrone that pulled that item for
Well,
some direction for staff.
Thank you. I think the things you suggested are good, like what's the slate of options? What are the issues that we're hearing both internally, externally, in regards to this, and just have a good, robust discussion around it.
Since we're on the item now, and I'm not sure who we talked to at DHHS, I'm having the strange feeling that they probably they just didn't grab this out of a hat, that they've run this slate by.
So I'm going to ask that if we're going to discuss this item, that we pull it and have it come to our board, because right now so if we want to have a discussion, can you amend again, actually, and bring it back for discussion on, yes, Supervisor Bohn would like to talk about it.
Well, I don't know what we're bringing back. We're never
we
going
have
to get
to
somebody
talk about
everybody
it.
likes. I know that.
As the motion maker, my intention was to allow staff to work more, with the community and with the affected supervisor districts, and then come back, and if they want to amend something, that's fine. I'm not really worried about it. I just want to I am worried about it, but I think I want staff to spend some time to take a look a little bit closer and review the situation so that we can be more prepared for it when it comes back. That's all. If it gets amended before it comes back, I'm fine with that too. I just want to. It seems like it needs a little more work, and that's all I'm getting at. And it doesn't. I don't think we need to adjudicate it today too much from my perspective.
We are right now.
Well, I'm not, but it seems like it's not ripe, is what I'm getting at. So.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I would hope staff would have done all this already so we can have them do it again. So that's fine.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. I do have one comment before we take a vote, and if there's any other comments from the board. I want to thank staff for the adoption of the comprehensive nitrous oxide ordinance, adding Division 11 to Title 5 of the county code. So I am really appreciative of this board and for the public health and all their efforts. Sophia, I see you back there. Around this. This is a huge problem, not just in Humboldt County, but across the state of California. And the amount of nitrous oxide that is being utilized as an inhalant, as a drug, is tremendous in Humboldt County. And the waste, you see the little cartridges and the big cartridges all over. And so I'm just so appreciative that this has taken about 2 years to get it through, and Arcadis came forward, and other jurisdictions or incorporated areas are coming forward with ordinances as well. So I just really want to echo my appreciation for this ordinance. And Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I want to echo that. I've received several requests from external jurisdictions, meaning other jurisdictions in the state, as well as associations that are pretty happy about the move being made here. And I want to say that, when we first started down this track, there just wasn't a lot of data, but there was a lot of anecdotal reports. I have to say there is now more data, but I will say the reports from people in the community that I receive and statewide is more than I expected, for sure. Yeah, I just want to say that it's just been. I was actually really surprised, and some of the stories have been pretty gruesome, pretty bad. I've seen it myself in terms of people I know, and so I'm just glad we're here at this place, and I'm thankful for the local jurisdictions to come aboard. And I'm hoping that, I just want to let folks know enforcement is probably going to be by complaint-driven enforcement. So if you see a problem in your community with the sales of nitrous, please let your local authorities know. Thank you.
Any other comments from this board? Supervisor Arroyo.
It's a really big deal that we're doing this, especially that we're doing it in collaboration with our neighboring, collaborating, I should say, jurisdiction. So staff did an amazing job pulling this together. It will keep people from having as much access to nitrous oxide. I'm sure people will find a way to get it. And there are carve-outs for the restaurant industry and, those who need it for medical purposes. So we've, I really feel confident that staff thought of everything that they could do to help limit the access to this, and it's going to limit shipping into our community as well. Which is an incredibly big deal, and I think we're going to likely start to see this throughout the state. So there's lots of things that I think, grown adults can decide whether they want to use it or not, and nitrous oxide is not one of them. So because of the harms that it does. So I'm really proud of us and excited to move forward and vote on this today.
So just for kind of a little clarification, Humboldt County will be the first county that is a solid county that has a ban on nitrous oxide. And there are other areas such as Ukiah that has a ban, but not Mendocino County. And so in the state of California, we're going to be the first county, which is something huge. And Supervisor Wilson is correct when he and I met with public health to talk about this, and we had engaged Senator McGuire. There was not a lot of information, but a lot of anecdotal information. In fact, I had a staff member at one of my stores that he, at 22 years old, had passed away with a nitrous cracker in his hand. And the amount of information that I've received, like my other colleagues, from family members and parents and kids that had been on nitrous that said, please do something. This is a terrible drug that isn't even a drug, classified as a drug. So once again, just really, it's a big deal, like Supervisor Arroyo said, and thanks so much to staff that's over there in the corner. So if there are no other comments, we'll go to Kaylee. Supervisor Bohn.
I think this is great. It's been looked at a couple times. You guys took it and ran with it. I know, I think we got edged by Orange County by a couple weeks. Orange County got theirs in February. You were so close, and there's a few cities that have done it, but I think you guys have hit I think you guys are leading the way in doing. I've seen it at RCRC. I've taken stuff down there, and there's a lot of counties. This is a county problem everywhere, but just like everything else, a lot of rural counties have this issue. So it's great you guys took the bull by the horns and did it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Kaylee.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Chair Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. So this is where we kind of go, we're going to have to skip over public comment on non-agenda items and the item pulled because we have a time set for 9:30. And I think this is coming to us from Human Resources. Who's stepping up? Well, hello there. How are you? Good. How are you? So this is a 9:30 a.m. time set, Human Resources Cohort 2. Supervisor Academy Recognition and Presentation. So I'll, Jeremy, are you taking this?
Looks like I am.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair Bushnell.
Thank you.
Supervisors. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I know we're a little bit behind, so I will be as brief as I can be. I did share a deck with Kaylee that I'd like to go through. Just a couple of slides to really highlight some of the program. But I'd like to begin, if I may, by really just thanking the Chamber of Commerce for our partnership. This is the second cohort of this Supervisor Academy that we've managed to complete. And the first one being the pilot, we really leaned into the evaluation of that. We were able to adjust it this time around to reduce the cost and also reduce the length of the program. And that could not have been done without Nancy Olson and her team at the Chamber. So I would like to just turn it over to Nancy with my sincere thank you for this endeavor, and we're going to keep it moving.
Yep.
So Nancy, please.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to partner with you, and we are excited to hear the feedback from the participants in this program and one or two of their supervisors that it's made a difference in their ability to do a good job leading their teams and show up as their best selves in the program. And we really appreciate working with Jeremy and Rosam. They've been excellent coordinators, and we look forward truly to the next couple of iterations of this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nancy. So without further ado, I can run through some brief slides. I'm thinking that Rosam will call names out when I conclude the deck. If CAO Hayes and Director O'Hannon can stand in the well like we did last time, and then we can have our participants come up and we'll snap the photo, take the certificate, and call it a day. Does that work? Thank you very much. Okay. So if we could just dive in. I don't have a clicker.
The clicker's missing. If you could just give me a thumbs up or say next slide, I'll move it along.
Absolutely. Next slide, please. Thank you, Kaylee. I want to begin again by thanking the participants of the Supervisor Academy as well, because these individuals manage to complete this academy and dedicate themselves in an environment where more is being expected of them, and this is extracurricular stuff, and so they are committed to their development, and I just want them to know that we sincerely appreciate it, and it speaks volumes about your commitment to the county. Also would be remiss if I did not acknowledge our partners. And you see the departments that were represented in this cohort. So you see that it is a very broad cross-section of departments. And again, this could not have been successful without our department partners. I would also like to point out that at this point, between the Pilot Academy and this second cohort, over 2/3 of our departments have engaged in this process. And if that's not demonstrating teamwork, I don't know what is. So thank you to our department partners, and we look forward to continuing to partner with you in cohort 3. All right, and just for the benefit of the group, this slide really contains some of the curriculum that these participants went through. The workplace is changing, and so it sort of necessitates that we expand our skills, and we believe that this curriculum is one way to do that. And you will also notice that some of this is more leadership-oriented, leadership development, supervisory skill development, but some of this is actually county process-specific information as well. And so again, we want to thank Auditor Controller Michael Evenson, Deputy CAO Jessica Maciel for their very successful county finance cycle course, and as well as Director O'Hannon and all of my colleagues in Human Resources for HR 101. So really exciting. Thank you very much, Kaylee. Finally, I just wanted to share with the board some of the thoughts from some of our academies. And you can see that as you review this slide, folks took a lot away from this, from everything from listening actively and trying to mitigate bias to understanding coworkers and direct reports to maintain a positive working relationship, and to also just really acknowledging and enjoying the exploration of the concepts contained throughout this academy. So again, we want to thank all of these staff for sharing their experience with us, and yeah, I think we might be good. Yes, so final slide. Again, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it. So at this point in time now, Rosam will read the names. So we're thinking that as your name is called, you can just stop by, grab the certificate from Rosam, shake some hands with Zach and Alicia, and we'll take a photo.
Thank you, Jeremy. Good morning, everyone. In no particular order, Christine Abercrombie.
So I think we'll wait until the end and then do one round of clapping if that works for everybody. And then the supervisors will stand and we'll get a picture.
Sounds great.
Paula Anderson. Joanne Asbury. Megan Blanchard. Sabrina Bashi. Paul Donahue. Pamela Fistrom. Brandy Five. Casey Gleason. Kelly Golden. Ryan Heights. Scott Henry. Patrick Hoffman. Anna Kelso. Lauren Kilmer.
She's coming.
Catherine Lorenzo. Cindy Macias. Hershey Moreno. Celine Olsen. Jennifer Rose. Sarah Self. Van Ton. And that concludes the naming.
Awesome. And for those that are doing the people's work, we will see that these certificates find their way to their department and to the participant. Again, just as we wrap, I want to thank all of you for your time investment. I can say that I spent some time with this group. This is a phenomenal group, each and every one of you, and we sincerely appreciate your dedication to this process. And with that being said, thank you very much.
Okay, we're gonna have, so we can be seen.
Shorter in front. 2 rows if possible, please. Then can I have one of you, can I have the second on the last year? Can I have you move into the front? And then, Nancy, perfect.
Okay,
Yes,
I'll jump
oh, yeah,
in.
please.
Great. What about you?
My attorneys say I can't do public photos anymore, so I'll sit this one out.
Okay, squeeze in a little bit more, please, if possible. You guys are good. It's the front rows, let's see. Okay, there we go, got it. All right, I'm gonna take a couple here, 3, 2, and 1. One more, 3, 2, and 1, and then one, last one. 3, 2, and 1.
Awesome job, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to do public comment on this item, and we'll go to Zoom first.
There is none, Chair.
Okay, and is there any public comment in the room on this item? Any public comment on this item? Hi, welcome.
Hi. My name is Sarah Self. I just attended the Supervisor Academy. The presenters, the sessions, everything was amazing. It was interactive. It was engaging. It familiarized you with different departments. different, techniques for supervision and supervisor, and it allowed you to do a little introspective work as well and kind of hone in on maybe your shortcomings and things that you do well at, and I highly recommend keeping it going. It was an awesome experience, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, closing public comment and looking for a motion to accept, receive and file.
I'll make a motion to receive and file, and I want to comment that these types of trainings are not just great for folks to learn a lot more about leadership in these organizations, but when we have a group, a cohort like this across all these different departments, we're an institution that's over 2,000 people working together to do so many different things, so many cogs in the machine that's trying to hold civil society together, whether it's public health or public works or in all the other agriculture, whatever it is. It's just so diverse in what people do. It's really great to get the leaders together to get to know each other a bit too. I think the relationships that people create in these processes, in these trainings, are long lasting, and they help the institution or help this organization, the county, better serve the public. So I appreciate the staff's work on this. I appreciate the folks who came in and did the work to help better their departments and themselves. And so there you go. And I, again, motion to receive and file.
I'll second enthusiastically, and I'll just also comment. I think most of the graduates are out celebrating in the foyer. Just really great to see folks focus on their professional development, and I know that we've heard from staff that they want these opportunities, and to feel like they're not working in a silo and understand what other departments are doing, and just really have that additional boost to their public service through that leadership development. So love that we've been able to put that together, and really thank the collaborative team that's formed to do that.
Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, Kaylee?
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn,
10-4.
Chair Bushnell.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we have another time set and we're running a little bit late. This one is at 9:45, and this is the 2023 Humboldt County Fire Chiefs Association Annual Report. And I believe Rick and Tanner. Okay, hi. You guys are welcome to sit at the table here or stand at the podium, whichever you would like.
Where do you want us?
Sit at the table. And Kaylee, do you have a presentation? Okay. So we have lost track of the clicker. And so when you want to advance your slides, just say next, and Kaylee will help you out.
Okay, as Chair Bushnell said, I'm Rick Nicholson, current outgoing president of Humboldt County Fire Chiefs Association. There you go. Sorry. Current outgoing president of Humboldt County Fire Chiefs Association. When we came last year, we were on the 22 report, and I think it was August or September. Tanner's been working hard to move it up, so we're actually getting within the year. I know so here we are in June for 2023, and he's already worked on 2024, so hopefully we'll have that at the end of the year. Some notable things on it is the volunteer hours committed, and something we're working on for 2024 is the number of admin hours that each department kicks in every week. I know for my department, I sat down with my assistant chiefs and secretary, and we're doing about 25 to 30 hours a week volunteer time just on admin. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Tanner, who is the current chief of Telegraph Ridge. He's also a member of the Humboldt County Fire Services planning team and works with Sibel and crew. So I'm going to let Mr. Spies take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having us here and letting us do this presentation on our annual report. We're proud of this. And also I want to say thank you to Chief Nicholson for his leadership in the Humboldt County Fire Chiefs Association as president. So yeah, this is our report put together by the Humboldt County Fire Chiefs Association through the Measure Z funded planning services team. The Humboldt County Fire Chiefs Association also has two subchapters, Eel River Valley Fire Chiefs Association and the Southern Humboldt Fire Chiefs Association. And these are the primary organizations in Humboldt County that bring all of our fire services together. If you could go to the next slide. So yeah, we have 39 fire and emergency service agencies in Humboldt County. 28 of those are fire-related districts. Those are 17 fire protection districts, 7 community services districts, a joint powers authority, city, county service area, and a resort improvement district. We also have 9 volunteer fire companies, 2 technical rescue teams, and altogether that accounts for 850 local firefighters. So that's local government firefighters. That's different than CAL FIRE or that kind of thing. These are our firefighters here in Humboldt County. We also have tribal, federal, and state partners that we work with. So that's what this report really covers. All right, if you could go to the next slide. This year in 23, we did have considerable losses in our fire family and our fire community. We really want to honor them in our memory section. So if you get a chance, take some time and look at those that we've lost and give them your condolences. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So as part of this process, we run the Fire Services Directory, which is a place to find the contact information for all the fire chiefs of the different fire agencies. And this is accessible on the PDF version of the annual report through the hyperlink that will go to the Humboldt County website. We also have a way for the fire chiefs to update that. So that's a resource for you to use if you're ever wondering how to get a hold of any of the fire agencies in your district. All right, we can go to the next slide. Another one of the services is the fire services mapping. We have an online mapping app that we continuously update. And that is also available as a hyperlink on the PDF version, and it's also available on fireserviceshumboldt.gov. And through the process, we continuously basically take care of the boundary selections, the district boundaries, the volunteer fire company boundaries, and the goodwill response area boundaries. So these are actually boundaries besides the districts, the goodwill response and the volunteer fire company boundaries. These are the primary responsibility of the fire services team to manage that into this shapefile. And also we did considerable work this year on updating the fire stations shapefile in this. Go to the next slide. So yes, as Chief Nicholson mentioned, we do calculate our volunteer hours, and there were 98,041 volunteer hours. This is coming from the actual incident hours, the training hours, the maintenance hours, and the fundraising hours. And as he mentioned too, we have even been collecting the administrative hours, which we plan to this year. This represents at the rate of a firefighter, the standard firefighter rate and volunteer hour to $4,143,212. Over the last few years, we've been collecting these metrics. We have continuously gotten over $4 million. If you were to look at this like match contribution, to the Measure Z funding, that's representing about a 200% match contribution, which is pretty significant. So these are volunteer hours, and this is a great gift that our residents are giving to Humboldt County. But we should also not take that for granted, and we have to recognize that we're probably pretty much maxing out on how much we can ask people to volunteer in Humboldt County for this. And we do see that there's a good chance for basically the evolution of fire services in Humboldt County to move towards a stronger combination element of both volunteerism and professionalism. And we think that this could solve some of the challenges and needs we're facing. So the incident response statistics, we go through a pretty in-depth process to collect these statistics. I was trained by Chief McDonald when I came onto this team. He was the one who originally kind of cut the path with the ECC in the CAL FIRE metrics and how they collect, how we take that, and then how we process it into our categories. For over the last few years, we've gotten into a pretty in-depth process of really trying to make sure that those represent solid and reliable statistics. You can see there's 18,561 calls for service, right? And that represented 16,280 that were emergency responses. So that's 2 calls an hour every single hour of every single day of the year, right? And all of these calls are coming from our residents, Humboldt County residents, or visitors. And they're coming in intense moments of need, of potentially fear and pain, and looking for emergency help. And so our responders are oftentimes the first ones they see when they get there. And this is why we must continually push for excellence in our emergency services, right? We ask ourselves, what kind of service would we want if it was a family member calling for help? So the agency pages represent all of those agencies. You have your contact information, the department numeric identifier, the MAX number, agency logo, department annual narrative, and the challenges and needs narrative. I wanted to just kind of point that out here, is that this is a particularly sensitive part for each of the fire chiefs to put down, because as a fire chief, you know, you don't really want to necessarily express what you need or the challenges. You want to be proud of your department. And so, yet, it's an important part to communicate to you specifically as the supervisors of what we're going through and what we need. And ultimately, why do we need that? It's for the continuous effort for excellence, right? That's what we're going for. We're trying to make our fire services better. And so the challenges and needs are how we set that task up. The purpose of that is excellent service to our residents and our visitors, right? And the end state is a fire services, emergency and fire services in Humboldt County that we can be exceptionally proud of, right? So thank you for your support and your participation in this. This is a task that will never end, right? We will continuously seek excellence in fire and emergency services in Humboldt County. And I think that this is something in our future as a county that we can actually develop to a place where we do have a notable excellence, and it can develop more workforce development. And this is going to address some of our challenges and needs in recruitment and retention and in our economic challenges. Thank you.
One thing I'd like to add too is the board and the county has been providing direction on, they would like more of those outer boundary. If we can go back to the map, please. Out of area or Goodwill Services districts, you know, we all respond to free basically. You can see that white area is not covered by any agency. CAL FIRE is responsible for wildland only. They're not obligated to do medicals or anything else. The pinks are basically out of area Goodwill response areas. A lot of us, Tanner, my departments and districts, we're looking at consolidating and annexing a big area. We're working on that for Ferndale. It's going to be bumping up to Riadale, bumping up to Petrolia. Petrolia is looking at a possible merger with Honeydew and Telegraph Ridge. We saw that with Riadale taking on 3 departments, Garberville taking on Bembo and Sprout Creek. So we are working to do away with some of that pink area and some of that white area, but you know, as everybody in this room knows, we don't measure distance by miles, we measure it by time. So how long does it take to get there? So we have one spot in our area we've gone to, it's 12 miles, but it takes us 45 minutes to get there, just because, not the state of the roads or anything like that, we all have that, it's just Humboldt County is a challenge. So we are working on that with fire services planning to get rid of some of those areas and annex them into the districts. None of us are going to get rich off of it, but we might get some fuel money out of it. So that is some progress we are making. It is a slow process, as you're well aware. So.
And in 2023 specifically, there was the success of that work with the Garberville Fire Protection District.
So we'll answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Madrone.
Well, not so much a question, but I just want to thank you all. I mean, 800 and some volunteers, that's huge, you know, and these are the people that show up when we really need them for medical in particular, as well as all the fire stuff. And I hope that our fire funding, fuel reduction funding, really gets solidified and is allowed to stay around. I also want to commend you for the work you're doing with the JPA concept, which KMUD News had a nice piece of coverage on that. You were on there, and I think both of you were on there. But at any rate, you know, to consolidate the administrative tasks, right, rather than 30 or 40 different organizations all doing their own piece to that, that makes a lot of sense. And thanks to Sibel Emmett and our fire team, Sean Quincy here at the county, working with Fire Chiefs Association, we're all also looking at North Humboldt County, you know, North Coastal, how we might consolidate services, you know, in that area to be more efficient and more effective. And then this good neighbor area, you know, huge complicated piece, like between Blue Lake and Willow Creek, vast area. And the vast majority of the calls are medical on Highway 299 or on Highway 36. And I think we're all hoping that the state might step up someday and actually take responsibility for those highways and for those calls and for funding our local departments to be able to respond. It's not that you don't want to respond, but then you're taking away from your districts with no remuneration, no coverage, no nothing. And it's really stretching the departments, not only here, but on county road systems like Petrolia, Ferndale, and other areas of the county. So anyway, I just want to thank you for all your hard work. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We didn't speak to the JPA because nothing's final yet, but that is exciting. We're all looking forward to it, and if we can make a workable model, there's a lot of us looking at that to expand that more countywide other than Southern Humboldt. So we're really looking at Southern Humboldt as the leader on this, and hopefully we'll have better a complete report on that for the 2024. So.
Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Wilson.
I just want to echo Supervisor Madrone's comments. I think they pretty much mimic about what I was going to say, which is consolidate wherever we can. I appreciate those efforts, and I think that's really going to help drive the direction towards excellence that you're seeking. Let's do a little less administration and a little more firefighting and training. So thanks.
And if I may add, the consolidation, it sounds easy, but boy, we sure cannot do it without Sibel and her team. I know from my experience with her, we're meeting with her monthly, and her and Tanner and her crew, Colette and that, we could not do it without them, but boy, is it a hard, lengthy process. So we are working on it. It just takes a lot of time and things we never even thought of. So
yeah, there's a lot of administrative inertia that has collected over time in these various locations, and it involves a lot of humans, and somehow that always complicates things, and so I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and Rick, Tanner, I appreciate everything you do, and it's changed a lot in 45 years since I was a volunteer, but and as Supervisor Wilson said, it does take a lot of people, and I mean, prime case example, look how long it took for Humboldt Bay Fire and Eureka Fire to actually become one focused body together and cut that administration out, which is, I mean, you see it right there, 30, 40 hours, a month on administration, because you guys have so many I's and T's to be dotted and crossed now and everything, and make the calls. And then your good neighbor policy, or the idea if somebody's in need, you don't look at the map, you go. And that's what we have in so many of these locations, and that's something we've got to figure out. I think it's time we sit down with our legislatures and talk to them a little bit more about getting more help out of CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE does a great job, but you always hear they take care of the fires. They're trained to take care of more than just fires, and maybe we can start getting a little bit of help, especially on these state-owned corridors. Because at the end of the day, those are all volunteer hours coming out of Willow Creek. Those are all volunteer hours except one, I believe, coming out of Blue Lake. There's a lot of volunteer hours involved in that. And if CAL FIRE has people available, that sometimes they're not going to have, but sometimes they do. That's an asset and a resource that should be being utilized to its fullest, especially to offset volunteer hours when they're already on board. So these are things that I know you guys are working on. The JPA will help and everything else. But that's a hand we're going to have to push, I think, a little bit because the availability is there. So anyway, good job. Rick, does this mean you get to go back and milk more? Or
No. It's with 4 ranches to run.
Just calves.
Yeah. This annexation assessment is taking a lot more time than I thought, and something had to give, and it was the presidency of the county fire chiefs. So. Yep. I will say we do have a phenomenal working relationship with CAL FIRE Humboldt Del Norte Unit. Chief McCray and crew have been great.
The best.
We grabbed a fire last week during the week, and I got a call on my way there from a battalion chief going, I got 2 engines if you guys need them, and it was during the work week. He knows, everybody has to work for a living. So we are really fortunate that CAL FIRE Humboldt Del Norte is there whenever we need it. And I realize not everybody in the state has that. So
we don't, and it also helps having a kid local.
Yes.
Born and bred. Right here, who's very familiar with everything. And classic case in point, when we had the slide you guys showed up in the middle of the afternoon out at the slide going, how are we going to get in here if there's a fire on the other side? And
Yes.
you and Kurt showed up. So that just showed commitment at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, and that was
So-
something Chief McCray reached out to me, and I
Yeah.
said, well, let's just take a little field trip. So we went out and contacted the residents on the other side, so.
Yeah.
And stopped at almost every house. So.
It was appreciated too.
Like I said, we have a really fortunate relationship in Humboldt County with CAL FIRE, and I know not everybody has that in the state, so this county should be really, really happy that we have that relationship, so.
Also, if you're interested, on this coming Sunday, June 8th, at the community park in Southern Humboldt, we're holding a multi-agency wildland readiness drill, and it's also a refresher training. And it's a pretty phenomenal experience. Right now, we have over 185 students signed up. We have multiple agencies. There's over half a dozen agencies. We will have the Firehawk, the Cal Fire Firehawk there, and Reach landing. So it's a pretty cool experience to see what it looks like all together.
Is that the same one that was held a few years ago in Lolita, too, basically the
No,
same?
Southern Humboldt does their own Wildland Academy, and
Okay.
I've sent people to it because they do a phenomenal
Yeah.
job. So that's
Good.
That's this weekend. I'm actually going to Kenton Palm for a wildland training this weekend. So it's this area is really fortunate. So
Supervisor Madrone, then Supervisor Arroyo.
Yeah, and speaking of CAL FIRE, there's some long-term planning for a new station up at Lord Ellis. Not tomorrow, but hopefully in the near future, because that's a big hole. And, we've got one in Trinidad, they call it the wettest CAL FIRE station in the state. But that's because of higher history back in the late 30s, early 40s, where we saw fires burn all the way to the coast under certain weather conditions. The other thing is, I appreciate you mentioning Colette, at LAFCO. They're a really great team with Sibel and her team and you guys. And because at some point annexations happen and other processes like with Neeland recently and other things. So thanks for mentioning her. Very valuable asset. Yeah.
yes, she is. I'm sure Tanner and I will be before you next year with an annexation resolution or something on those. I know his crew's working hard. We're working monthly, so we're hoping to have that done by next year. So I'm sure we'll be back before you on that individually.
Supervisor Arroyo.
I think my colleagues have said it all, but I just would be remiss if I didn't also express my thanks. So I echo their sentiments about the consolidation efforts and all the appreciation for the work you do.
I echo as well, and a great report, and I'm glad that we're trying to get them more timely within that year. And I talk with Tanner and Rick often and the rest of the crews, so really appreciate all the work. Thank you for mentioning your volunteer firefighters that lost their lives this last year. It's super important, and they were long-time dedicated firefighters in Alder Point and Fortuna, Hydesville, and so I really appreciate that that's in there. At this time, we're going to go out to public comment, and then Kaylee.
There's none on Zoom.
Okay, and then we'll go to public comment in the room. Welcome, Kent.
Yeah, there's nothing better than the volunteerism that we get from our volunteer firefighters. You saw financial thing, I think came up around $40 or $45 an hour, which is, if you can get them for that, you're lucky. Very difficult job. Unfortunately, what we're facing here is cutbacks on everything. I had a great amount of angst regarding the Arcata Fire District, which years ago basically got rid of their volunteers and went to all paid. So if you're thinking about going to paid to these things, it's just not happening. The money won't be there. Your partnership with CAL FIRE is fantastic, greatly appreciated. And of course, all of you are going to have more duties, because my understanding is the Forest Service and their ability to fight fires is currently being minimized unless they're changing what's going on for funding for the Forest Service. So again, you're getting the whole area covered somehow. Hopefully CAL FIRE, I don't know what you do, but some of these areas I think you're going to maybe need localized dispatch things where you actually have those big old large helicopters, the Schwarzkopfs or whatever the Russians have there to deploy, because that's the only way to get back there, and having landing sites all over your place where you can actually use those tools. because of what's going on out there as far as the road situation and everything else. Very hard battle. For those of you out there who have a chance, I've offered to Blue Lake Fire Department, which does do half the calls, I believe, between Willow Creek and Blue Lake, housing at a discounted rate that I'm able to provide. So if you're out there and can adopt some volunteer firefighters, or within your community, being a landlord, offer those services to our first responders. That's one way we can donate and help, by enabling their living expense to not be as high. And so again, I really a shout out, fantastic. Hopefully the volunteers will keep going, keep the young people out there. It is a good job to get a job someday if you get a professional or season to work, especially for a college student to go during firefighting season. And it can be a major career, because fires are not going to go away. They're going to get more, and we just need more people to start off by volunteering, and then hopefully go to the paid jobs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in the room on this item? This would be on the fire presentation.
Just real quick, you canceled public comment.
I have
on
not.
non-agenda
Wait,
items?
excuse me, sir. I have not. We're not there yet.
Oh, you're not there, okay.
Thank you. Okay, I'll close public comment, and I am looking for a motion to receive and file.
So moved.
Second.
I do want to say before we take a vote that, you know, the volunteer fire departments are really foundations of communities, and especially in the very rural areas. I'll reference to Telegraph and Alder Point and Shelter Cove in my district that are very rural, and Bridgeville. Those departments are not only offering their services for medical and fire, but they also do community events, and really the community rallies around those volunteer departments, where most of the time in Alder Point, there's a post office and a fire department. And so they're super important to the community. I really thank the taxpayers for Measure Z and the continued funds that come in for Measure Z. We wouldn't have Sabel doing all that work without Measure Z, or Tanner without Measure Z, and all of the upgrades that have happened within the fire department. So I really appreciate the taxpayers continuing to support that. And with that, Kaylee, we'll call for a vote.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, we have another time set, and I just want to update for people. So we are skipping around a little bit in our agenda. We have a time set now at 10:30. I'm going to ask my board if they need a break before we go to this other time set, or if we continue. Okay. So then we will come back after this time set to item D27, and then we will go to public comment on non-agenda items. So we are going to go to our 10:30 time set, presentation, understanding the civil grand jury. And who? Yep. Hi, welcome. You're welcome to sit too. There's 2 spots
That's okay,
there if
okay.
you'd like. Just make sure to turn your microphone on the neck of the microphone. Up on the top, up on the neck. Hi, welcome. And I believe, do you have a presentation? So we don't, do you have a slide presentation? Because we
I do
don't.
not.
Okay, perfect.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelly Neal. Can you hear me okay? Hi. My name is Kelly Neal. I'm the presiding judge of the Humboldt County Superior Court. And I first want to thank you all for any time I've ever reached out to the Board of Supervisors office with a question or just a quick inquiry, or for today, wanting to just touch base. Your staff is always amazing. They're always super helpful and responsive, and I just really appreciate that. I asked if perhaps we could come just talk with you briefly, just to give you an idea of what the civil grand jury is. This is Connie DeCoe here. She's our Humboldt County president of the Humboldt County chapter of the Civil Grand Jury Association. She's previously been on the grand jury. She and I were trying to brainstorm ways of how do we get a
I'm
message.
sorry to interrupt you. We can't hear you very well through Zoom.
So sorry. Okay, thank you. I will. We wanted to take an opportunity. This is the ending of the grand jury session for this year, so reports will be coming out soon. And we were brainstorming ways where we can sort of get the word out to our partners in the community, our department heads who may be concerned. I don't want to use the word afraid. That's not really the word I want to use, but apprehensive about the civil grand jury making inquiries into their departments or what they do, and feeling, perhaps if they're feeling like they're being attacked unfairly. I kind of wanted to take an opportunity to just sort of explain that that's not what the civil grand jury is for. The civil grand jury is a wonderful, unique opportunity for community members to participate in their government. It is a watchdog function. It's people, community members who maybe have inquiries, or they've heard inquiries from other members of the community about, well, what's happening in this department and how does that work? But it's a function of investigating to see where are we doing things well, where are we not doing things well, and are there recommendations by which we could do better? And I think when folks actually read the reports that go out at the end of every session, if you look at it through that lens, it makes more sense, rather than feeling pressured about being investigated. So we just wanted to take an opportunity to do that, and to let folks know that if the grand jury has questions for you or wants to do a report about your department or city government or a school board, it's well intended. It's intended to bring information to the community, which makes us all better citizens. When we know more about something, we can react better and do better. So, for example, I think almost every year there's a report regarding the animal shelter and how the building really needs so much work. And it's good that keeps coming before the community, so that the community understands the county has a limited pile of money, and the Board of Supervisors and the community can't just allocate millions of dollars at a time to build a new building. But if there's enough information out there within the community that have been investigated and reviewed, and walkthroughs have happened, and they've seen the damage to the building, the more that information gets out to the community, when there are perhaps proposals to have a sales tax increase, for example, for the specific purpose of funding those types of things, those requests don't come out of nowhere. This is a problem that can be solved, and it's going to take a community to solve it. I only use that as an example to say these are what this is the product of that, of the year-long investigations, of the hard work that the grand jury does. The grand jury functions in a closed forum. They're not open to the community. We invite folks, and you've probably seen countless flyers going out over the last probably 2 months, where we're asking for folks to volunteer. And it's by those community volunteers that we receive all of that information. So I did want to make sure everyone knew that while they function in secret, what a grand jury does isn't secret. That's public information. That's public, available to everyone. There is a California Civil Grand Jury Association website. It's ccja.org is the website. It has a vast amount of information. If anyone's curious, just go on there. You can demystify anything that you might think about the grand jury. You can find all of that information there. I invited Connie hoping that she could just maybe let you know what her experience was like as a civil grand juror. They're not the boogeyman, and I think Connie's a great representative of that. So. See what happens? So I just want to thank you for letting me come and just talk with you and present that just quick information to you. That's all I wanted to do. was just instead of trying to meet with each department head, this might be a good place to do that. Certainly, if they have any questions, they can always reach out to me. I am always happy to talk with them individually about those things, not about any specific grand jury investigation, but certainly just about the process and anything that we can do to make that more I don't want to say friendly, 'cause that's not really the word, but I think more collaborative is probably a better word for that, then the better. So, Connie, you want to share it to the board a little bit about yourself?
If I can remain seated, please. I am Connie DeComanier. I'm president of the Humboldt County chapter of the Civil Grand Jury Association and a proud past civil grand juror. I had the honor of serving for 2 years, 2 terms on the Humboldt County Civil Grand Jury. We did an incredible amount of work together, and I'm very proud of what we did. I met people from all walks of life and learned to work as a team. I also met some lifelong friends. We're extremely fortunate to have civil grand juries in California. As you know, there are only 2 states, Nevada being the other, that still have grand juries. And I feel privileged to be part of this history. With the Humboldt County Superior Court, the Honorable Judge Neal, guiding us, we publish informative and well-investigated reports that are meant to help all involved, especially the citizens of Humboldt County. I also want to add, along with the reports, there are attaboy reports in there too. For instance, it's okay to vote in Humboldt County. We investigated the whole election system and the voting system and how they came in. It was just really, really interesting, and I'm very proud to say that we are a county that is quite honorable in our voting. With that, I'll turn it back over to Judge Neal, and thank you all.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Supervisor Madrone.
Well, I really appreciate you being here and the tone of what you're trying to achieve here with this presentation, having been called many times to the grand jury for information. It is impressive, the work that this volunteer group does to really try and dig into the information and the facts of things, you know, the details of it, because it matters. And the work that you do is so complimentary and additional to, you know, all the other things that go on in the courts or go on up here at the diocese with decisions we make and the rest of it. So I really can't thank you enough. I mean, I felt welcomed. I didn't feel threatened, even though, you know, some of the questions really dove deep into our business, you know, and our accountability, you know, our actions, and rightfully so. So I feel that it is a really huge part of, as you said, our collaboration, our partnership to try and do better by our community and the citizens. And there's nothing better to do that than information, real facts that help us make informed decisions about things. So I want to thank you for your service and all of the grand jurors, past, present, and going forward. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Arroyo.
I have both a comment and a question, so I'll start with the comments. So that, you know, one of the things that, having been in, you know, the city of Eureka and now the county of Humboldt, I also have you know, been part of several of these processes, and I just want to, you know, say that it's been a very respectful on all ends, and we are in the position of receiving these reports about our government agencies and then having to respond, you know, within the prescribed time frame and either affirm or disagree with the findings. And sometimes that report can come across as, you know, it's very procedural and factual, but sometimes I think it can feel like we're going, nah, we don't, you know, we don't agree with any of this, or that it can be perceived by the community as sort of, I don't want to say discrediting the work of the grand jury, but as, casting aside those recommendations. And it's not, I never take it that way. And I don't think, I don't want to speak for everybody else, but, I know that they're appreciated. And, so there's that kind of, the process of responding that, that can feel like I've heard community members describe it as sort of dismissive of the findings, and that's not the intention, but we do have to respond to them. So I do greatly appreciate it. I read each of those. I get a lot out of them, and I think I need to do a better job of showing appreciation to the grand jury for those for that hard work. So thank you for that, for your dedication to that, and to all grand jurors who've participated in that process. And I have noticed, here getting to my question, I've noticed that it's often folks who are retired who participate. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are about how to increase the likelihood that a greater range of folks at different stages of their lives could participate. I know that the grand jury can often be flexible, but when you have to interview people, sometimes it's based on the availability of those interviewees. And so I wonder what your thoughts are around that particular issue.
I and my group, the association, we're trying to recruit maybe from college campuses and maybe have them earn credits for, towards their degree. One problem that we're running into is the secrecy, the confidentiality, and they can't report back to their classrooms all the time, what we're going through. But they can report on the procedural things. So we're trying to recruit from there, and then our tribal members, we're trying to get more of them through incentives. If you guys have ideas, boy, just bring them on in.
And we did send, I reached out to our local tribal leaders, making sure that, to give them information for their communities, to filter that down to how they can apply for and potentially be a part of the grand jury. I think what you might be asking about are the meeting times and when the grand jury convenes, and that is often during business hours. I think the grand jury has the ability, if there is an agreement, to meet outside of those times. And I know that they utilize electronic platforms to meet for some meetings, but not all. So it's sort of a difficult way to transition to doing something outside of those same hours, because the folks that are available during the day. Generally speaking, certainly folks aren't going to want to be driving around the county at night in the rain to do their volunteer work with the civil grand jury. So there are hurdles that make it difficult for others to participate, but I don't think they're impossible. And I think the grand jury itself can make those determinations about, they set their schedule. So I think the grand jury is open to adaptation, and I think that they will do so as they can. But I think there are some real practical concerns about it.
And are there provisions that require that all grand jurors participate in person?
I don't believe so. I think their committees, they meet in person. Let's say if you have a committee that meets twice a week, one meeting might be remote and one meeting might be in person. There's a tremendous benefit to meeting in person, because you can be, I think, more open and candid. You can't always control what's happening. If somebody's participating on Zoom, you don't know who's in the next room.
Sure.
And so even innocently enough, you could be taking an action that is contrary to what the provisions of the grand jury allow. And we see that in the courtroom all the time.
Sure.
While people participating remotely is wonderful, and I think it's increased litigants' access to justice and access to the courtrooms, there's a counter to that
sure.
You can't always control everything.
Yeah. Thanks.
Plus,
other-
any votes that we take, we have to meet in person, and, you know, the supermajority and those kinds of things, so at least one day a week.
Are there any other comments, questions from the board before we go to public comment?
I miss you being next door when you guys used to roam the halls and used to be able to, you know, say hey to you and everything else. And back to the younger version, you know, the seasoned people, which I'm one of, because you're not putting your spin on things. You're trying to beat down to the truth. So it's not an opinion. It's a ruling almost to the point of, and that's why Judge Neal's there and everything else. It would be great if we could get younger people in there, but it's a 20-hour commitment a month? Is that? And with this day and age, that's a pretty tough commitment to make, you know? So I understand, but we've always had a pretty good cross-section in there too, so I like going in there and seeing everybody, so.
Okay, the one thing when we get the grand jury reports, I've heard a lot of feedback from department heads saying that, I have that off and it still won't be quiet. That they wish the grand jury would reach out to them more for questions or clarifications. That they oftentimes, when the reports come forward, there'll be something in there that the department head or the department could have clarified. And they, so I've heard that repeatedly. And so that would be just really great with, you're talking about collaboration, and that definitely would be collaborative with departments when an investigation is happening or things are coming forward, if there was some communication there. So, but I appreciate the report and all the information today. And with that, I'm going to go out to public comment, and we're going to start on the Zoom.
There is none, Chair.
Okay, and then we're going to go public comment in the room, and you need to line up at the back and come forward. Somebody come forward. Thank you.
So it's just actually a question for the ladies here.
So I just want to say, public comment is not a question of back and forth.
Okay,
So you
well, I
can
will
make,
just- I will-
excuse me, sir. So you can make a statement and do your public comment with 3 minutes, which is going to start again. And then if you want to speak with them after, you're welcome to do that. So you have 3 minutes.
Okay, so my sister was murdered August 2013. Does the grand jury investigate murder? Thank you.
Okay. Welcome, Kent.
Well, I appreciate the judge taking time to come down from her chamber up there. We couldn't hear you much, so the mic, you have to eat the mic, I guess
I'm
they
so
say.
sorry.
Thank you. But this is very important, and it is true that there is a public perception that a lot of the work that the grand jury has done, and I've been here for many years watching it, is somewhat discounted and dismissive in some ways. I think maybe what Michelle might be a solution for that would be if they had draft reports that were sent over to the department heads, they could make their comments or corrections, and then maybe we'd end up with that collaboration and get the clarification before the final one came out. That might be, maybe that does happen, but this is a civil grand jury is my understanding, and I don't hear much. My understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the civil grand jury can also request to be convened as a criminal grand jury. And I don't hear anything about criminal grand juries locally here. You hear it all about over the nation where that's a tool that's been used. So again, I can't ask the question, but maybe one of the people from the dais would ask, you know, what happens with criminal grand juries in that process. I believe there's a process, and maybe it's something that's not warranted, but if it's not used on a regular basis, I think it might be something that law enforcement, I see them get law enforcement information and bring things forward through the judicial system, through the criminal grand juries, and I think that is an important tool. Again, thank you for everybody who takes their time. I'm sure they spend way more than 20 hours a month working on these things. Like Rex says, they used to roam the halls, they used to sit in here and participate or watch what was going on. Or when they were back in their little room there, they'd always say, well, you know, we're watching it on the TV, you know, so they're watching it. So again, thank you for all the volunteers. That's very important. And also the judge for working with this particular group.
Any other public comment in the room? Okay, I'll bring it. Do you want to make a? You have to come forward.
I'm waiting for the right. It wasn't on this agenda item. It was for the open public comment.
Okay, that'll be just a little bit.
That's my point.
Okay, thank you. I'm bring it back to the board to look for a motion to file and receive and file.
I'd like to make a motion to receive and file, and thank you for the report. It's useful that we get some perspective. I think that's really what was the most important part today, because sometimes it's a little stilted, it's a little, kind of awkward and separated, and I think people sometimes forget that they're, again, humans, that we're doing this work, and it's hard work, and there's a certain dedication that's required, and I really appreciate that. So thanks again for bringing this to us. And again, I think humanizing it in the way that you have helps people feel more comfortable with applying to be on the grand jury. I think that's really important that they understand that there's a cohort of citizens that are dedicated and to making our community better in every way they can. So thank you so much. And that's my motion.
I'll second. Kaylee?
Can I make one more comment?
Supervisor, right.
Sorry. I think it's helpful for people to know that the grand jury doesn't investigate individual, criminal cases or accusations. That's a different function of the justice system. So, but I do appreciate the looking into government function and the organizations of within our community. Thanks.
Okay, Kaylee.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to take a break, and we will be back at 11:10. And when we come back, we will be doing items pulled from consent, which would be item 27. Right following that, we will do public comment on non-agenda items.
Thank
Okay?
you all so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna pick our agenda back up, and we're gonna go to items pulled from consent, and we're gonna go to D27, and this is brought to us from, I think, Sophia, do you guys want to come? And Supervisor Bohn pulled this with some questions.
No question. I think it's great we're doing everything else, but since the ordinance is in front of us, I was wondering if I could make a request to look at expanding the cap or perceived cap that we've put on there. Considering most of the municipal cities around us don't have a cap. And I was wondering if we could, because we have a little problem in Petrolia that needs to be worked out and stuff like that. But it's getting in the way of some commerce. I mean, they used to have a license and they screwed up, didn't sign up, or whatever the case may be. I don't even need to know. But they want to reinstate themselves, and now we have a cap that doesn't allow them to reinstate themselves with no other way to purchase for the people that still want to use tobacco, which is a legal product, for 18 miles. So that's just one example. There's other examples I know that have come up. So I'm just asking if you could come back with an idea if we could raise the cap and 10% for now and go from there. So I saw the opportunity. I asked County Council if this is the way to do it, and he said it would be fine. So that's the extent of.
Any other comments? And I kind of wanted to add a little bit of a caveat to that. Currently, no other jurisdictions have signed on with the tobacco ordinance, and we are hopeful, I think, with the nitrous oxide ordinance being tied to the tobacco ordinance, which is the item in front of us today, that, and also there's some grants money that is paying, helping stores pay this ordinance, and so, which was another issue, right, with the very rural stores. And so I'm hopeful that I want those jurisdictions to sign on, and I think that they're a little hesitant because of the cap, and they currently don't have that in their jurisdictions and what that would look like. Just wanted to add that for a little bit for discussion. Supervisor Arroyo.
I'm not entirely clear on what you're suggesting. So this is coming to us because of the incorporation of the nitrous component. It's something we had already passed.
We're changing the tobacco ordinance.
Right.
So at the same time, I'm asking to extend, or asking, since it is in front of us right now, if they could look at the cap. We have a current cap of 50. Is that right?
It's a
2,500.
yeah, one per 2,500.
Yeah, and I'm
so it's a
asking
little
if we
over
can change that, because I have a very rural store that is in the process of changing hands. So the issue the previous store had, who's been there for, the family's been there for 25 years, I believe, or quite a while. They, I guess, made an error and are not on the bright side of, and so these people that are buying it, it's an integral part of their business. It's a piece of the puzzle in a small rural grocery store that you need to have. So that's all I'm asking, if we can have staff come back and look at increasing the cap to a minimal level or something like that. Or instead of the 1 in 25, if they don't have a competitor within 15 or 20 miles, because then the people save miles instead of driving down the road to get whatever they need.
And I, go ahead, Celia.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide a point of clarification that you are able to adopt today the amendment as is.
Fully planned on
and-
that.
Yeah, and would direct staff to return with amendment. just so
That's all I'm asking, is come back with them.
For consideration as well, you know, I don't know, I get that the cap is because we're trying to not have people smoke, which it limits people from being able to have access. They're going to drive to get it anyways. I guess if you're hooked on nicotine, I've never smoked, but it's a huge, they're going to go to the ends of the world to find it. And so, you know, there's that issue as well. You know, are we going to have people from Petrolia or Harris driving to Garberville because that's the only thing that's available? So it might be a little counterproductive to our greenhouse emissions problems. And I also, just a huge consideration is I want jurisdictions to sign on. I think it's super important with the nitrous oxide part of it. And so if that's deterring people and communities, which I heard it is, and maybe you guys could do that work before it comes back to see how the jurisdictions are feeling, maybe there doesn't need to be a cap. So I'm going to go out to, Sophia, do you have any questions?
One, I guess a few things. It's helpful to hear the conversation from the board. You know, as public health, you know, we will always bring forward public health best practice when we're bringing an ordinance for your consideration, and it is always your board's, you know, discretion, you know, all the different things for you to consider and what direction you give us. So, you know, we'll be looking for your direction today on what you'd like for us to come back with. One thing I do just want to note, without getting into the details about any particular retailer, the example that Supervisor Bohn, you brought up, I think there's also another consideration around, I'm trying to remember the part of the TRL that speaks to the transferring of a license. And so I just wanted to be transparent of like, there's that piece as well around a sale of a license.
Okay,
and that's not go ahead.
It's not an asset. The cigarette license is not an asset, is what you're saying, that they can sell? Like a liquor license?
Yeah, it's not transferable through sale. I think it can only be transferable to like a direct family member is what I recall.
And that's fine. But what I'm looking at is a retailer that wants to come in, for them to be told, well, you can't have a new license because we're not issuing new licenses, but you have a retailer that's been there for 70 years, but now that we've allowed 3 mini marts next to each other and wherever. Yeah. What I'm just saying is a little clarity there, so somebody can get a new license. They're you know, of a completely, I mean, we don't even have a limit on dispensaries, do we, anymore? Mm-mm. So it just, you know, we can't pick, I would just like the opportunity. And I don't know, how many new licenses have been requested in the last 3 months?
Well, we're already well over the cap. So
understand that, but how many people have come in and asked for a license?
I think we would need to get back to you with that information, and we're happy to, you know, come back to you with more detail around that.
I'm just saying, I don't think there's.
3 to 5.
Okay.
In the past 6 months.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah. Okay. And the only reason why I wanted to bring up that point is because there is a relation with the cap, right? So if it was a percentage increase versus no cap, the transferring of the license part would come into play. So that's just what I wanted to clarify for the board and welcome your direction.
So when we adopted this ordinance and we actually came back because of the 50 feet counter, the counter, having it 50 feet away from the counter, or whatever the thing was. You know what, I've tried to mute this, I don't understand. I can't turn it off. It has my agenda thing. Supervisor Bohn was a catalyst to the license being able to be transferred to a family member if they inherit the store or whatever, and that discussion was at that time. I will say that these ordinances are heavy lifts when they come to the board, and a lot of information comes, and as new ordinances often happens with new ordinances, they go into effect and you realize you have to make some adjustments to them, that they just don't always work as intended, and that's why you can make amendments to ordinances, and realizing that, well, this just doesn't quite work as we had intended. So it's not a failure on the ordinance, it's just like, realizing now that we've been 2 years into the ordinance that, oh, well, maybe we need to make a little exception here or exception there. And so I just really want to thank you guys for your work again. And so the ordinance that we're passing today is, or an amendment, I guess, is an update that the nitrous oxide, if you are a cigarette retailer and you are a tobacco retailer and you're selling nitrous oxide, you're going to lose your license to sell tobacco, which I think is just a great way to be able to monitor the nitrous oxide. And I was wondering around that if there was some work done about how many smoke shops were found to have nitrous in them. Can someone update this board on that? Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't have the slides on me right now. However, it was definitely the majority. I want to say about 75% or more were smoke shops.
That you went in and, or someone went in, and not specifically you, but someone went in and found nitrous oxide either in plain sight or asked, and was saying, yeah, we have that.
Correct. And so the majority were located in plain sight, where they go in and it's just visible and available. And in general, the smoke shops or the tobacco retailers were found to have a greater variety of nitrous products available as well.
So I don't imagine that if you're wanting nitrous oxide for whipped cream dispenser, you'd go to a smoke shop to get it. So, I'm just, hypothetically saying that's probably not what they're selling them for. So is there any other conversation before we go to public comment on this addition to the ordinance? Okay. Did I say public comment? I meant, before we go to public comment. Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Arroyo.
I'm a little bit surprised about the request to modify the tobacco component of this, kind of wrestling with it. I'd love to hear what other board members think about obviously we wouldn't be doing that today, but about the direction to bring it back. I'm just hesitant to make a decision. It sounds like, one individual reached out based on their particular circumstances, and we tried to set kind of a countywide approach and a cap that was evidence-based. And, there are going to be those inevitable instances where one person or business isn't served by this, and I'm somewhat more inclined to just stick to what we've already adopted. But if other board members who haven't weighed in yet feel differently, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts.
So I think if I could just chime in that there are 2 board members that are interested, and I think board members have the opportunity to bring something back if they want. My consideration is not for one single person. It's that I have heard through jurisdictions that this is one thing that keeps them from wanting to sign on with the tobacco ordinance. And currently we have no jurisdictions that have signed on with the tobacco ordinance. And that's our hope, really, is to get the jurisdictions to want to adopt this ordinance so that it can be countywide. And so I think it could be worth discussion. That's my feelings.
Well, and the only thing I'm trying to do is just allow a retail business, and I don't know, since I was raised in a literally corner grocery store by Sequoia Park my whole life, there are probably less than half of those still around because now everybody's open Christmas Day, they're open later hours, 24/7, everything else. We have a retail establishment selling a legal product. Whether you approve of it or not, whether it's legal, it's completely legal, and we're trying to allow for somebody a remote possibility. I'm not saying I want one of these on every corner. I mean, we can review them and say, hey, there's 4 of these within a 2-block radius. They can walk 2 blocks. I mean, I don't care if we review, but when there's 18 to 20 miles to travel of mountain roads to fulfill something you want to buy, you know, I mean, pretty soon, I mean, are we going to say, well, maybe we got to regulate how many gas stations we have, which we already regulate the hell out of anyway. But I mean, are we going to do, I'm just saying, this instance, these people are trying to complete a business transaction. Somebody's trying to retire. Somebody's trying to retire. Somebody's willing to pay them money for their business to retire. But this is an important part, and has always been an important part for 70 years out there. And now we're saying, nope. So, I mean, that's all I'm not trying to change, you know, and I heard something about, I didn't know what evidence we had that says, you know, 2,500 is the number. I mean, I don't care. I don't smoke. I smoke cigars. But I mean, I really don't think that this is transformation of anything, but the fact is we're trying to help somebody. And the other thing is, it's a tax-paying business. So, I mean, and I can tell you what, cigarettes are the one thing that I can never understand that are still around because they cause more health issues than anything, but we get a lot of money off of sin tax, so you're not going to get North Carolina and all those places to go for that. So in turn, we have it. We get them. That's a pretty hefty sin tax we got on them. But if people prefer to smoke, and in all honesty, I know very few people that smoke. I mean, I can't remember the last time somebody got in my pickup and asked, can I smoke? So I'm just saying, I'm just trying to look at this for, am I being one business? Yeah, I'm looking out for one business, but it's one mom and pop corner grocery store, remotely situated.
Supervisor Madrone? Okay, we're going to go out to public comment, and we're going to start on the Zoom.
There is none, Chair.
Okay, sir, you can come forward. This item, the public comment is on the tobacco ordinance.
Yes. I used to be a legal drug dealer in alcohol and tobacco in a convenience store. So liquor licenses can, at that time in the 90s, 80s, 60s, 70s, you could buy somebody going out of business their liquor license. So that the liquor license was transferable, okay? Just to let you know, as a convenience store selling tobacco, I was Costco's number 3 customer, $66,000 in tobacco, when tobacco, probably a pack of cigarettes was $2 or less. Now a pack of cigarettes is over $10, I believe, because taxes. You tax things that are addictive. Cigarettes are one of the most addictive products out there that you can buy. And we had a president of the United States for his entire 2 terms could not kick the habit of tobacco. He had to wear a patch. When you couldn't see him, he's smoking, okay? When I was young, you got tobacco from your parents if they smoked. So in the 6th grade, I have people in my 6th grade stealing cigarettes. They also steal tobacco. The stores that sell these, which are whippets, okay, there are grocery stores that sell these. I don't look like somebody, I don't wear a suit when I go in there undercover, okay? But apparently at one grocery store, the clerk said, we have them. I said, don't know a lot about them. Can you tell me the prices? The owner, I think, came over and said all of a sudden, nope, we don't have those. Thank you. Okay, so they do sell them in convenience stores. The one thing, by the way, 50 of these, the Jacobs property, unsecured, one day, almost 50 of these were on the site. I collected myself, okay? Almost 50 of these need to be outlawed. This is 90 proof alcohol strawberries. This was also on the Jacobs site. Also found on the Jacobs site was a smoke pipe with crystal meth. Okay, so I'm really happy you guys are doing this. Completely outlaw these in the entire county, okay? You can, unfortunately, you can buy these on Amazon probably.
They're not
Sorry.
going to be allowed to be shipped in. I just want to respond. They won't be allowed to be shipped into Humboldt County.
Okay.
So that's part of what we're doing
But
today.
go after these as well. These should not be sold. You're an alcoholic buying these, okay? Tobacco, they will drive as far as they can for tobacco. So they might fill up their car. They're poor people. You tax things that are illegal. I mean, they're addictive, alcohol and cigarettes, so you make the poor poor, okay? So they will have to drive. Next year, when gas is $8.25 a gallon, the poor people will
Thank you,
become
sir.
homeless. They'll become homeless. Thank you.
Welcome, Kent.
Well, I strongly support you moving forward with what's on the table today. I would like, before you make any other move as far as lowering your limit on the other things, it's been asserted that the other municipalities are not moving forward possibly on regulations regarding that. I'd like to see that happen. I doubt whether it will happen. I'll be the last one to support raising that limit. I don't like sin taxes. Sin taxes is a way to, I guess, say it's okay. I've never appreciated something where you can join a group and put a donation to a church or something, then your sins are forgiven. And I don't support this at all in this thing. There's nothing more harmful to our society. Those of us who do not smoke and do have to pay significant amount of money for the health care of people who unfortunately are addicted to something they can't shake. So anything in the future you can do to diminish the ability for that. If they've got such a bad habit, I would think that they maybe should save up and buy a carton rather than worrying about going somewhere. If they can't afford to do that, it's a message to them. Something's not good for you, give it up. Do not facilitate, do not enable tobacco in any way, shape, or form. And I strongly support that being consideration if this is brought back to you. The business people can find something else to sell if they're there. And if they can't, well then maybe like Rex has said, those businesses are a thing of the past. That's unfortunate, but there's plenty of other stuff that can be done in this world to make money legitimately without causing people the irreparable damage of them going through months of suffering from cancer and other things like that. It's inhumane to enable that particular thing to happen to families and people. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on this item? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Everybody done? Okay, closing public comment, and Supervisor Wilson has a comment.
There's this question first. On the revocation language of this, then, I mean, is there any time frame about when, is it like a permanent revocation for the time of that business's existence? And if they resell, then basically they would have to come back if they wanted to bring tobacco back to that location, they would have to go to the cap, right? I mean, am I getting that right?
Yeah, that's my understanding. Mario, do you have anything to add?
So the revocation is pretty immediate.
Okay.
Once we make an observation, it's immediate notice, and then the applicant is provided an opportunity to appeal.
Okay.
But once that revocation is executed, then yeah, a new owner would have to reapply.
Okay.
But it's not a suspension, it's a revocation.
Okay. I'm happy to, move this item forward. I heard the discussion from some supervisors about wanting to work on the cap. I'm not one of them. So for whatever that's worth, that doesn't mean supervisors can't, support bringing something back to this board. If we have that discussion, we can have it in the future. But I actually lean more to having a tighter cap than we have. That's just my preference. So with that, I make the motion that we move staff recommendation to approve this amendment to our tobacco retailer licensing ordinance.
Supervisor Bohn?
No, I'm waiting for a second. And then.
I'll second.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought I was doing, is asking it to come back. It's not vote on it, but asking it to come back. It's a private business selling a legal product, and sometimes up here we've got to think about. It's fun to. Somebody has to fund us, and I don't know. We're going to hear this afternoon. We don't have any money, and there is a lot of money in cigarette sales tax and everything else, but we're not going to have the joy of deciding, I don't like that, I don't want it, let's change it. And I'm going to vote for the nitrous thing. I'm okay with that and everything else, just for the trash it leaves around and everything else it does, and they'll probably chase the kids back to whipped cream, I guess. But all I'm saying is I have a very remote rural business, and I'm, again, remote rural. This is the central of everything. Fire station right next door to the store, just like most places. And they sell cigarettes and chewing tobacco and pipe supplies and everything else. And all I'm saying is there should be an avenue for them to do that. That's all.
Can I clarify, Sophia, that Supervisor Bohn can work with you and bring an item himself?
It would really help for our staff to get direction from the board of what exactly you'd like for us to bring back for your board's consideration. Just what we've done with when we've brought back any amendment to the ordinance, we've been going through this process. So that's what would be helpful. Like when we did the first original TRL amendment, it was helpful to get some guidance of like these are the things you want us to bring back. So that's what I'm asking.
Okay. I just Supervisor Bohn wants to make one more statement. I just wanted to clarify. We heard in this room that the tobacco or nicotine is one of the most addictive things there is out there, and so just because there isn't a store in Bloxburg or in Petrolia, they're going to drive to get that. They are legal everywhere. Cigarettes are legal. So even if we have a cap, even if we say to stores, no, you can't get cigarettes at this one, they're going to drive to the next one to get it. And it's not, cigarettes are legal, whether you believe in them or you don't, and what they do to you, that's your choice, and they are legal to purchase. So Supervisor Bohn?
And let me take this out. So if a grocery store closes or goes out of business or consolidates or whatever the case may be, do you have a waiting list? You're next on the list for a license that opens up? And you notify them, says, hey, a license just opened up. You can come in and get a license, number 49, or 51, you can come in and get number 50. Is there a wait?
We currently do not have a waiting list. There are people that inquire, and we're in contact with them. It's a short list, and so staff has relationships with operators that are interested in a license that are currently and actively engaged. So if there is an opportunity for granting, then we would contact those folks.
So would it be better if we maybe put something into effect, or would this even work, where if they're at a cap, they bring it to the board and we see if we think that they warrant? Not that you guys aren't all knowing and everything else, but I mean, this does affect us. See, being a rural supervisor, it affects me and a few others a little bit more than being more centrally located. So that becomes a situation that meeting, our people's needs. Be it the needs are not the best healthy choice for them, because we'd probably take candy bars, sugar, and probably alcohol off the shelves too. But we don't do that. So, the ABC regulates how many licenses go out with the alcohol. But we're, there, and I'm just trying to figure out if there's no way to do this, then the sale doesn't go through, and then we'll see what happens from there. But
I have a separate question. Is there a cap within the state? Because previous to this ordinance, tobacco retail licenses were monitored by the state, not by the county. And so is there a cap with the state? on licenses?
I don't
No.
believe there's a cap of the state, but there would be other jurisdictions across the state that I believe have caps.
I'm
of some
just
kind. Yeah, yeah.
I get that. I'm just
Yeah, yeah.
asking, like, before our ordinance, there was no cap because it was regulated by the state, correct? Okay. Does this board, Supervisor Madrone, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's okay, thank you. Does the Honeydew store have a tobacco license?
Yes.
I would assume so, but don't quote me on that. I don't have access, and we could get you that information quick, but.
Because they're certainly close by.
18 miles.
I think one
Yeah,
thing,
you know-
can I add, just if, through the chair, one component of the context specific to Petrolia store is they were part of the initial, they had opportunity to apply, right? There was a 90-day window to apply. So the ordinance did not create a revocation at all. There was opportunity to apply. I just wanted to make sure that that's part of the context and the narrative.
I
that there
started my
was
conversation out with they made a mistake and did not get the paperwork filled out because you have a one-owner grocery store that gets regulatory paperwork every day because they sell so many other licenses between handling produce and everything else, and gasoline and liquor and yada,
But
yada.
it's selling, correct? So it wouldn't matter, Mario. The store is trying to sell.
Yeah, and this is
Yeah,
this
it
is
wouldn't
part of
matter
my
if they
argument.
had one or they didn't because it's selling and it's not selling to a family member.
No, and that's part of the issue is they had a license. So we're not reinventing the wheel. We're not putting another, merchant out there that's going to do this. It's the same one that's always been there for how many years. She just wants to retire.
Supervisor Bohn, do you want to ask for amendment from the motion maker?
I wasn't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Supervisor Madrone.
Politely allowing the discussion to be vibrant. We make a lot of ordinances, and I think this is a good one. I really applaud the departments and the work that's being done here, because this kills people all the time, more than just about anything. But I also really support a common sense approach in things, and when you have something like this, I think there's this common sense that says, wow, we should have a pathway here. We should be able to allow something. But that being said, I support the ordinance as it's written. I just know that if we can have some discretion and some common sense in the way we apply our ordinances, that would go a long way towards trying to resolve some of these things. And I don't know what that process looks like. But I do know in the on-site wastewater treatment system world in certain areas, as well as this one and other ordinances, there are these little incidental pieces, one piece out of thousands, that it'd be nice if there was some discretion. That's all I'll say.
Okay, so as the motion maker, what I hear is that there are three supervisors that may want to bring something back. And I think that's what staff is asking for because they don't want to spend time that they don't have working on something that a majority of supervisors don't want to bring back. And I want to clarify what I think of what you were saying, which is please give us some direction because you have a lot of things on your plate to work on, and you would like to make sure that the time that we're doing is useful. With that, I will amend my motion, but I would ask that that maybe, and if they're willing, Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Madrone create a subcommittee to put forth what they believe to be some practical amendments to deal with the situation that they feel like is important on this, and work with staff to bring something back. So I'm going to amend my motion to include a tobacco retail licensing amendment committee of Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Madrone to work with staff to bring something back. That doesn't mean I'm going to support what comes back, but I hear that I have a majority that's wants to see that happen, and so I'm willing to do that. And if the seconder is willing to take that on, I think we can move on from this subject for today.
I am willing. I do want to make just a couple of comments. I remain kind of in line with what I originally said, and I think aligned around, the idea of even more stringent standards, but it sounds like, there are times when we disagree, and that's okay. I even know the person in question here personally. I've known them for many years, and I understand the hardship it is, and I still just as a I would like to kind of take a broad brush approach to this policy and resist the urge that I have to like kind of help somebody I like, but not otherwise not change the rules. It's hard. It's hard to kind of navigate that, and so I would like to stick with the rules we've set. But hearing that there's interest in flexibility or in a new approach, I think this idea of the ad hoc makes sense. I look forward to hearing what you come back with, and I also am pleased to hear the discussion around greenhouse gas emissions and travel and transportation, because I think we should be applying that lens to every consideration. So I'm glad to hear that come up. And I think it's something I often think about when we make policy decisions, or what are the greenhouse gas implications and transportation emissions associated with this. So I'm glad to hear that be part of the discussion.
And as the motion maker, I want everyone to be mindful of staff's limited resources. So please, let's try and be cognizant of that. I want to, because I appreciate the time you have to put into this, and even all the time we've sat here talking about it, and knowing that some of the things we work on have funding associated with it, and some things come from our general fund, and so I'm hoping we do this as efficiently as possible. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a first and a second with a little friendly amendment, and I hope people realize, just because we limit the sale of nicotine tobacco products, people are still going to go to get them because it is legal everywhere in the state of California. Which I'm not saying I don't like cigarette smoke, but it's not going to deter people because it's not in Honeydew or Kitten Palm or wherever. They're going to drive wherever to get it. So with that, Kaylee?
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you to staff too for the all the work with the nitrous ordinance and attaching it to the tobacco ordinance.
Definitely, thank you.
Okay, so now we are going to go to public comment on non-agenda items. Please line up at the back of the room if you have a comment on non-agenda items, but we are going to go to Zoom first.
There is none, Chair.
Okay, I want to remind folks that we have a different meeting ID today. If you are trying to get on Zoom and you're not able to do that, it's 845-8607-3407, and apologize for the confusion with the expired link from last week. Come forward, sir.
Okay, I'm here to report a clear and present danger, okay? Last year, I went to the Eureka School Board meeting, and believe me, when I go before school boards, they don't know the amount of research I do, so I know the answers to the questions. So here was the 3 questions asked to the school board. Why is soil or dirt being transferred from Albee Stadium to the soccer field next to Alaberni School? Second question, do you have a permit to move the soil? Third and final question, is the soil contaminated? I'm not leaving this building without all those questions answered. One of the board members said they're sorry, can't answer the questions because of the Brown Act, okay? At the end of the meeting, we have 2 supervisors, lead supervisor and assistant supervisors. They came over to me, please don't do this. We'll have the answers for you in the morning. I said, aren't the answers in the building? Yes, but we can't give them to you until the next day. Okay, so I didn't leave the building. I was arrested. I would never ever do that again. I've never been arrested before. That was the most, I have dreams about that. That's actually where depression started building up for me. Anyway, very bad experience, okay? Last year, this was October of last year this was done, okay? None of the agencies, fire department, police department, Humboldt, environmental, whatever the agency is called here, it's not our jurisdiction, and would handle this, okay? So apparently the school board or the city schools thought, okay, we can continue to dump dirt there. So this year, dump trucks started coming in, and apparently I think the first truck, it was the first truck according to somebody that lives in the neighborhood, got confused, put it on the wrong side of the goalpost, to put it completely west when they're on the right side. And this is almost an acre of dirt, okay? So this truck driver, confused, left the area, went to Union and Harris and killed a bicyclist, okay? There was a collision there. The trucks now are going next to Alice Burney. Do we want to lose a student or a parent because of somebody maybe under the influence driving one of these monster, these are monster, these are not small trucks, okay? So if you want to go ahead, red belt, blackhead, you'll see, you have to Google or search bicycle caught under wheel of truck trailer. Just look at that, you'll see the pictures of that collision. Let's stop this craziness, let's fix this. Call the state agency.
Thank you, sir.
You can call the state agency and
Thank you,
fix
sir.
this.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hi, good after morning still.
Yeah.
10 minutes.
I think it's still morning. Good morning. Yeah. Supervisors, CAO's office, thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand before you guys today. My name is Anthony Mitchell. I am what they call a trade professional with the Public Utility Commission. I also represent a company that is certified with the Federal Department of Energy. I'm here today just to ask for an information gathering with the county. We are currently working with several other counties in the state of California, and we represent a fund specifically for government agencies to reduce your carbon footprint, your greenhouse gas emissions, upgrade the facilities to efficient lighting, air conditioning, mechanical systems, all for no budget impact and no money out of pocket to the county. We've already done work for the city of Eureka, for the city zoo. That was completed a few years ago. We've already done work and completed the entire county airport. We did a contract with them, got them a couple $100,000 maybe 3 years ago. Our main person at Public Works is left, and so we've just been trying to connect with you guys just to see how we can help you guys, because we have a reduction fund. Obviously, where budgets are really tight, we have funds that you're already paying into. So every month that the county pays your electric bill, even for you guys that pay into your house, whether it's RCEA or PG&E, there's a fund that they take about 8 to 10% of every bill, and it's controlled by the Public Utility Commission. Our contract and responsibility as the trade professionals of the program is to get access to those funds and spend them back in the county. So we've already started, and then there were some adjustments, and then we kind of got stopped, and so we're just, because obviously people leave, and so we're just trying to circle back again with you guys to talk about these conversations. It's like up to $4 million per premise for the county. For every dollar that you reduce in energy, they will give you a dollar for dollar match to build out either EV charging. So if you guys are looking at the EV charging infrastructure, this is a way to fund that to where PG&E or the Public Utility Commission will foot that bill. In addition, if the county is looking at renewables, solar or battery backup or battery storage, this fund, after you do the reduction, will also give you money towards battery storage as well. So there's a bunch of options for the county to take a look at, and we're just trying to either get on your calendar or somebody else's calendar just to kind of talk and just do information gathering, and then we can help you guys just go through the process. There's no budget impact. There's no money out of pocket. There's no invoice needed from the county. We handle everything from cradle to grave, full turnkey. The program itself was vetted through an RFP process. It's called the Government K-12 program. And so we are the subcontractor of that program that does all the design, the implementation, the engineering work, the installation of the widgets, and then we use their money to basically pay everybody that's involved, and it's no fiscal impact to the county. So that's why I'm here. I'll reach out to you.
Yeah,
Yes.
you have a card and you can leave it with me, or
yes,
head
I do,
down
actually.
and grab my card.
Yeah,
and-
absolutely. I
So
totally will.
actually,
Yes, ma'am.
if you, also you can leave your card, but you can email any of us.
Okay.
And I can let you do back and forth, so I'm just going to make a statement because your time's almost up. But please email us or email the CAO and leave your card or a bunch of cards, and
Perfect.
someone will probably get in touch with you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council.
Hi, Kent again.
Kent again.
Kent again.
Yeah, I was talking to him. It sounds like he's got $3 to $5 million worth of free stuff, and I definitely would get the card. That's a really good thing to do, and hopefully that'll work for all of us here. I want to be really upbeat on my comments here today. Sometimes they're quite negative, so I'm going to kind of balance that. City of Blue Lake has some major changes going in the City of Blue Lake at this time. One of the projects out there, Dave Farrell, has a project. It used to be Mad River Alliance. I think it's Budawat Alliance or something. Anyway, he's changed his name. So we're looking at a major fish restoration project out there in the City of Blue Lake. And I'm trying to work out some details with him at this time. There, in my opinion, were some flaws in the project, and so we're hoping to get those into the project. The other project, look forward to hopefully working with Supervisor Steve Madrone and Supervisor Wilson, should you desire it, to put Blue Lake back in again. I think it's a project that's been in my heart for a long time. It's an area where originally this lake was dammed up. The beavers actually dammed it up, from my understanding, and some guy infilled the lot illegally and shot the beavers, and we want to have the beavers back there in a really beautiful facility for everybody. I also wish to mention in Blue Lake, appreciate hopefully working with Tom Madsen with some of that Measure O money. I had somebody who took pictures out there last year at the river, and there was, I think, 300 vehicles parked along a road that did not have a good shoulder, did not have parking. Those people were enjoying the Mad River, and hopefully we can get some seasonal restroom facilities in there and put together a partnership between the county and Blue Lake and everybody involved. We get a lot of people out there to enjoy the Blue Lake weather. It's a wonderful destination, and so whatever we can partner with the city and the county to do to enable that to be a functional thing. We do need restrooms and sanitation. So anyway, those are upbeat things for today. Hopefully those projects will move forward. I'll be working on them. It's been suggested that I acquire some property. I'm considering that to make this thing move forward, or else get an option on it that we can bring forward to other people through funding. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Hi, it's still morning. We got 4 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Joanne McGarry. And we still live in the land of the free and the home of the brave. And today I want to talk to you about 3 things: about being free, being brave, and doing something to help humanity into the future. First thing about being free, I took the bus here, and I just want everyone to know who's listening and paying attention that if you're a senior over 62 or a youth, currently in the summer months, the Humboldt Transit Authority buses are free to ride. And if we want to reduce our carbon emissions, please do that. So also I want to talk a little bit about local history. We are the proud home harbor of the Golden Rule Peace Boat. And 10 years ago, it relaunched, and there will be a sail-iversary on June 14th at 2 p.m. at the Zerlang Boat Yard, just as a reminder. But I want to remind people what the Golden Rule Peace Boat is about, and I'm going to read something really briefly. In 1958, the Golden Rule, a 34-foot ketch, and her crew of Quaker peace activists participated or ignited the international movement to stop the atmospheric testing of nuclear weapons by attempting to sail into a nuclear bomb test zone in the Marshall Islands. This historic peace boat is here. It was rebuilt by the Veterans for Peace. It was sailing for the past 10 years for a nuclear-free future. And I think it would be really nice for our county to recognize that anniversary and that purposeful, peace-loving mission of the Golden Rule. So in the 57 seconds I have left, I'm talking about an existing peace boat called the Madrone, and it is sailing through the Mediterranean Sea as part of the Freedom Flotilla Coalition. And it is being crewed by 12 incredibly brave people. Small boats, small crew of peace-loving people, including Greta Thunberg. And we are asking, and the Golden Rule is in solidarity with this boat, this Madrone boat, and we would ask that you maybe say something about having its safe passage into Gaza to provide, break the blockade, end the siege, and provide humanitarian aid. So anything you can do to encourage its safe passage for its mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comment on non-agenda items in the room? Okay, and I'm going to ask about Zoom one more time.
There is none.
Okay, closing public comment on non-agenda items, and you only get one chance, sir. So that's, give them to our council. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next item, which comes to us from the clerk of the board. And number 1 is consider the appointment to the Humboldt County Waste Management Authority Board. Tracy D'Amico, the clerk of the board.
Good morning. So the item before you is to consider making a new appointment to the Humboldt Waste Management Authorities. Chair Bushnell has asked that I return with this item as she is having conflicts with attending that meeting. I'm not sure if you would like to say something.
Sure. So I feel super bad. I have not been able to make these meetings very often. They're in the evening at 5:30, and I've had quite a few conflicts. I had Supervisor Bohn, who is the first alternate, attend a couple times, and then him and I also have conflicts on the same days. I had Supervisor Madrone attend last time, thank you. I'm just not able to make these commitments, and I look forward in the calendar and am missing more meetings than I'm attending, and I don't think that's fair to the board, so I'm asking someone else to please take my space.
And it's noted in the staff report that these meetings are held on the second Thursday of each month.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, so I served on this before, and I know Supervisor Bohn served on it for probably a decade and all, so I appreciate you guys' service there. I have been filling in recently, just checking real quick here on my calendar on the second Thursdays of the month, because even though I do already have a lot of appointments and a lot of commitments, I would be willing to step up and be the primary, but let me just take a quick look here. So it's the second Thursday, you said, right?
Yes, it is, second Thursday at 5. I think it's at 5:30.
June, July, boom, boom. Yeah, so I don't have any conflicts there, so I'm willing to step up if the board, at the board's pleasure.
I'm happy to make a motion for Steve to, Supervisor Madrone to be the representative on HWA. Supervisor Bohn, do you want to remain the alternate?
You know, I think not. I mean, I served on it for 10 years, and the most important thing is, like I said before, I know there was a big focus to get me off as much as possible stuff as we changed, and with that, Steve, I need you to make the commitment, because, I mean, the first year you didn't hit very many meetings, and it's very...
99%, missed one meeting. So you can check your records, but whatever.
But anyway, but with that being said, we need to show up because we're the largest party on it. So, I mean.
No, I'm making that commitment. Absolutely, I appreciate it.
All right, so.
I'll second that then.
We need an alternate before
May
that
I
second.
offer that I would be the alternate if you would be the second alternate, Rex. Would that work for you? Mike has Coastal Commission at that time, so.
He has it the third week. Isn't Coastal the third week?
No.
Second week? Oh, okay.
So I'm willing to be the alternate. I think this one requires a second alternate though as well. So does that work for y'all?
So I'm going to propose Supervisor Madrone as the representative, Supervisor Arroyo as the alternate, and Supervisor Bohn as the second alternate.
Is that okay with the seconder? Thank you. I just want to say to the board, we need to go out to public comment, but thank you. I just live the farthest away, and it's super hard for me. It's just been very difficult, and I'm not doing a service to that board because I'm not being able to attend regularly. So we'll go out to public comment on the Zoom first.
There is none, Chair.
Anybody in the room have public comment on this item?
Hi, my name's Joanne McGarry, and waste management in Humboldt County is really important to me, so I truly appreciate those of you willing those of you who've served in the past, but also those who are willing to serve now, so much can be done more quickly if our representatives come together at those meetings and do the better thing. I think the philosophy of a lot of what's being discussed today is doing the better thing, the better thing. Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Kaylee?
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, and can you please put these in my calendar? I'm sure you would.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. The next item is also coming to us from the clerk of the board. Consider making 3 at-large appointments to the Humboldt County Audit Committee. Tracy D'Amico.
Hi again. So this is a commission and committee that you all appoint to. They are at large. They serve for 2-year terms. And I do want to note that Brandon McMillan has withdrew his application, which was listed on the attached. So while we have currently 3 vacancies on the audit committee, there are 2 applicants. They were contacted about this meeting, but it was very hard to predict the time at which we would be hearing this. Corey has previously served, his term expired, so he would like to be reappointed. And then the application for John is also attached. These meetings are typically quarterly, if not twice a year. I think the audit committee will ramp up once some of the other funding starts happening, but we're catching up. The account, Michael Evenson's doing a wonderful job getting those current, but we do need to fill this.
I will go to public comment. Any on the Zoom?
There's none.
Any in the room on this item? Seeing none, closing public comment and come back to the board. Supervisor Bohn.
Make a motion, we accept staff report with, really sorry Brandon didn't stay in there, but good kid.
Staff recommendation? Or?
Staff recommendation.
Okay. Is
There's the staff recommendation is just to make the appointment. So would the motion be to appoint John and Corey to the audit committee?
Yep.
Thank you.
Second.
Kaylee?
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
I would just like to add that there will still be 1 vacancy, so if anyone is listening and interested in the wonderful world of auditing, please contact us for an application.
It's a really fun committee.
Thank you. So we're going to move right along in our agenda. I will note that we have a time set at 12:45, so we will be reading in closed session at 12:45. And then if there is anything left on our agenda, we will come. Sir, I'm going to ask you not to motion for you really distract me, and so you have to make comment when it is acceptable. If you need to drop, she's going to put them in. She's going to scan them and email them. So please. Okay, where was I? So we will break at 12:45 for another time set. And then if there's anything left on our agenda after closed session, we will come back and complete our agenda for the day, just updating the audience and the community. And so our next item is coming to us from the CAO's office, update on Child Care Stabilization Fund effort financed by the American Rescue Plan Act. And I believe Sean Quincy is going to be presenting.
Good morning, Chair Bushnell, members of the board. Sean Quincy, Deputy CAO in the County Administrative Office. Back in May of 2022, your board authorized a $4.8 million Child Care Stabilization Fund program that is to be administered by North Edge, formerly North Edge Financing, formerly known as Arcadia Economic Development Corporation. We have come before your board annually to report progress on this effort. And so today's item is to provide that annual update for 2025. I will note that this presentation does have a decision point at the end on how to reallocate some of that funding. But as the staff recommendation is to receive the presentation, if your board wanted to take any action, that would need to be delayed until public hearings on the budget on Monday, June 9th. There's going to be a section there where we talk about ARPA funding, but I believe that we can talk about options today and then delay a decision until next Monday. And so with that, I'd like to welcome our partners to come up and provide the update.
Thank you. So you're welcome. There is a microphone if you want to sit, or you can be at the podium, however you like.
Okay.
And there's a like if you wanted to sit and then alternate, it's totally fine.
Great. Hello, good afternoon officially now. My name is Jade Hoff. I'm the program manager for the Humboldt Child Care Stabilization Fund employed by North Edge. We're distributing our child care needs assessment, so that's kind of the big news that came out of this year. Nino is here from the California Center for Rural Policy, and she'll be talking more about this data piece later on in the presentation, but we can advance to the next slide. Do I have a clicker or? Okay, yeah.
We don't have a clicker, so if you just would ask Kaylee to advance, she
Yeah,
will.
that's totally fine. Yeah, so I will do a brief overview of the Sustainability Fund, give some program updates, and then Nina will share about our the Child Care Needs Assessment, and then I will come back and seek a recommendation for reallocating some of this funding possibly. So next slide. So yeah, as Sean said, in 2022, your board voted to authorize $4.86 million of ARPA funding towards this child care sustainability program. These programs were designed to address the inadequacies in the child care sector from a variety of angles. We've had several programs so far: a retention bonus, a hiring bonus, facility loan improvements, and then we also have a parent subsidy program going on right now. So we can go to the next slide. We have an ARPA accountability team. So these are our partners in the community that we meet with to do our program design and just make sure that we are moving in a way that is really going to have the best impact for the child care sector. And so this is where we're at right now with our program spending across the 4 key programs. This previous fiscal year, I spent a lot of time doing program design on this parent subsidy program and getting that launched. That's why the expenditures are a little bit lower, but I think we're really ramping up, and it's so far been a very successful and popular program. So I expect to have a lot of money out the door in this coming year. Next slide. So here's an overview of where we are on the budget categories for each of the programs. The retention bonus program ran over two fiscal years, and we allocated just over $1.3 million. There's a remaining budget of about $160,000 in that bucket, and so that's part of where the alluded to additional funding could come from. So next slide. Our hiring bonus program is still ongoing. I have almost $57,000 out the door in hiring bonuses. These are for new hires at licensed facilities. This has been a popular program, and the applications continue to trickle in. I have about $18,000 remaining to give out. I expect to spend all of that. In the next slide. And then our forgivable loan program, I talked about this last year. These are $10,000 facility grants for licensed facilities to make improvements that they wouldn't otherwise be able to afford to make on their own. This has been extremely popular and extremely fulfilling to administer. I actually just got news today that we were able to approve a loan for a new start. So there's a new center opening over on Harris where Children's Cottage used to be, and we're actually going to be able to fund them to make the back of their parking lot ADA accessible, and then open their preschool classroom. So it's just like, just that little final thing to push them over the edge to be fully open, and I'm really excited about that. And so, yeah, this one it's slowed down a little bit, but I still have people who are reaching out to me, and we've had honestly quite a few new starts. And so those have been really nice to be able to help people start businesses and increase our childcare capacity through that program. And then, yeah, our new program this year is the Family Subsidy Program. This is set up to be a way to help families bridge the financial gap. As we all know, childcare is extremely expensive, and Nina will talk more about the impact to our local families. But this is a $1,200 or $600 stipend that's paid directly to the child care provider on behalf of the enrolled child. And I'm really proud of the way that this program has come together. By paying the child care provider directly, we've been able to eliminate any risk to the families that this could be seen as income for them. So a lot of the families that are eligible for this program receive means-tested programs from other agencies, and an additional income could kick them off of programs. And so by paying the child care providers directly, we've been able to eliminate that risk, but still have this benefit go to families. And then we set the amount on this one at 105% of the state subsidy. So we're trying to catch those people who are just on the other side of the benefit cliff. As we all know, sometimes as you earn more money, you are still having a hard time making ends meet, but you don't qualify for programs. And so we're trying to capture some of those families who don't typically qualify. One of the other things that we're trying to address with this is people don't know what the state subsidy income cap is. It's much higher now than it used to be before COVID especially, and so this has been a little bit of an informational campaign where we've been able to reach out to families who had no idea that they qualified, and we've been able to connect them with Changing Tides to get ongoing support after this subsidy has been paid out. So. Next slide. So as of March 31st, we had almost $300,000 out the door. I believe it's closer to $400,000 now, but we still have a lot of money. I've been doing a phased rollout of this one because, as you could imagine, it would be a very popular program, and so I'm trying to find ways to get the word out, but not too quickly because I don't want people waiting around for responses. Yeah, I've got a good plan in place to roll this out through the child care providers. I'm going to send them flyers with QR codes so their families can apply and just keep it going. So next slide. This program so far has had a really good geographic reach, even though we haven't been at it for very long. We've reached every corner of the county from Whitehorn to Willow Creek, and you can definitely see in this graph the disparity in availability of licensed care. So this is going to licensed child care providers. And so you can see that there's definitely a lot in the Humboldt Bay region, but there's a lot less going to other corners of the county. But we are making an impact out there where we can. And next slide. And yeah, so this program has been really well liked. I've got a couple of testimonials from parents. This program came at just the right time. Getting your child started in childcare is already a stressful process, and not having to worry about the tuition for the first month was such a stress relief. I hope this program continues and is able to help more families. This program was a huge help to my family. It helped cover 2 months worth of my preschool expenses for my youngest child, which allowed me to catch up on other expenses following the holidays and enroll both of my children in extracurricular activities that they wanted to do. I'm so grateful for this program. The impact it had on my family will continue to reverberate through them thanks to the extra opportunities it provided us. We've done a few other things this year. So one of the things that we were able to fund is the SBDC Child Care Business Series. So we invested $25,000 into funding a comprehensive curriculum covering topics related to child care businesses. I touched base with Will Franklin at the North Coast SBDC, and he said that there were 22 attendees. 3 have become ongoing clients of SBDC, and he's really hopeful that they'll be able to run it in the future. And because of our investment, that's a curriculum that they own, and they aren't going to have to reinvest in that. Next slide. And we also had our Child Care Champions group. So this was we convened a diverse group of child care and business leaders to discuss the challenges and opportunities facing child care and to find ways to leverage the ARPA funding and find ways to continue the momentum that we've had in addressing the inequities in this sector. And so in April, we hosted a business luncheon to hear from employers about their childcare challenges. And this group also provided guidance to the California Center for Rural Policy on the childcare needs assessment. And Nino is here to talk in more detail about the needs assessment, which we were able to publish at the end of last month.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Nino. I work as a senior research analyst at California Center for Rural Policy at Cal Poly Humboldt, and I'm presenting today Childcare Needs Assessment Report. I'll try to guide you through a 40-page document, like in an easy way. So the report is structured the following way. We start by giving you a little bit more information about the community context, and then current state of childcare Humboldt County, which is the industry overview, availability, accessibility, affordability, major issues, and then economic costs of all of this, followed by policy recommendations. However, my presentation today will go the other way around. I'll present policy recommendations first, and I'll quickly explain how we arrived at those policy recommendations. Next slide, please. So data was collected. We used primary and secondary data. Primary data collection was through county child care access survey filled out by parents, specifically 459 parents, responses representing 20+ industries in Humboldt County. We had one-on-one interviews with licensed child care providers, and we had network listening sessions, in addition to a lot of secondary data scanning, of course, through academic articles and different reports and data sources. Next slide, please. Based on all of this, we came up with 6 policy recommendations, and I'll be talking about each of this to explain how we arrived to those specific recommendations. So as you can see, definitely nothing that I'll say here today most probably will be surprising for you. Expand availability and accessibility, engage employers as partners, enhance affordability, strengthen the child care workforce, expand accessibility for children with special needs, and simplify access to child care subsidies and financial assistance. So this is in short, and I'll dive into each of these right now. Next slide, please. I want to talk about issues with accessibility and availability. One thing I forgot to mention is that in addition to data pieces and numbers, I also included specific quotes that parents decided to share with us through survey. And even though there were almost a little bit over 450 parents who filled out the survey, almost a third of them wanted to add additional comment, which as a researcher gives me a sign that there's so much more that parents want to say and share because they feel the urgency of their needs. So 41% of potential childcare need is met, but yeah, almost 59%. There are more children than available spots, of course. Infant care is especially limited, especially in more rural areas like southern Humboldt. 55% of families who we surveyed are asking for non-traditional service hours, which is evenings, weekends, or part-time service options. So the proposed strategies are to provide grants and tax incentives to increase the number of licensed facilities and programs, to diversify, of course, care options beyond traditional hours, and develop employer-sponsored childcare partnerships to boost access and flexibility. And I'll be talking about these specific things a little bit more because we think there is a very interesting space and opportunity for that specific partnerships. Next slide, please. So, when parents do not have access to childcare, guess what they do? 46% of parents in our survey stated that they miss work. And in addition, 28% stated it's either they miss work or someone in their household miss work, which is really, I would say, pretty stark numbers. And when parents miss work, guess what, how much it costs to economy? Almost $1,150 per working parent annually, according to UC Berkeley Labor Center. And childcare access can reduce also employee absenteeism by 20 to 30%. That's also according to a report published in 2019. Next slide, please. That's why we suggest one of the solutions we suggest is to engage employers as partners. And we propose that employers offer flexible work arrangements, which is whenever it's possible, remote work, increase and adapt leave policies, which means other than regular leave policies, families who have children can have additional leave days for their children in case they need it, provide childcare financial support, and build or partner with childcare providers. And I want to bring specific examples how our interviews with childcare providers showed up what actually is happening in Humboldt County. And I want to present two specific examples which we think are pretty successful. One of those are Little Samplings and the city of Eureka. This is two organizations who are trying to cooperate to meet childcare needs. City employers of City of Eureka have access to childcare with full tuition coverage, and the schedule aligns with Eureka City Schools District calendar so that it's easier for parents to already know and plan what's going on. Another partnership, which is both of these partnerships, of course, are based on win-win situation. The second partnership is Little Learners and Open Doors Community Health Centers. Open Door gets priority access to childcare, and then Little Learners benefit from stable enrollment of those children. Much more and in more detail how those partnership works, what are their challenges, how they overcame it, et cetera, is in Appendix B and C, which I think will be very interesting for you to read. Next slide, please. Affordability, one of the most painful parts, I would say, of the report. So childcare costs take up to 43% of median income in Humboldt, compared to 30% of state average and 27% national average. And surprisingly, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services actually recommends that the childcare cost should not exceed 7% of the income. I think that's pretty sharp number there. So childcare costs consume 74% of a single mother's median income compared to statewide average of 60%, right? So we propose definitely to increase reimbursement ceilings and expand financial assistance eligibility to support families just above income cutoffs. And you can read a sentence there of a parent who says it's around $1,500 per month, and it affects families' decisions to even have children. Next slide, please. Child care roles are often seen as temporary when it comes to industry, leading to high turnover rates, and childcare positions tend to be on the lower pay scale with limited benefits, or I would say no benefits at all. No health care, no leave days covered, no pension. So we propose increased wages and benefits, of course, and offer tuition assistance and scholarships. But I come from education background, and I'll tell you that just offering tuition assistance won't solve the problem, because no one wants to go in an industry where they're so low paid. Thank you. Next slide. Expand accessibility for children with special needs. This theme emerged a lot when we were talking to childcare providers, as well as with the parent survey. So overall, 6% of households in Humboldt County have at least one child under 18 with a disability, compared to 3.8 state average, right? And there's a growing need for trained staff who know how to work with children with special needs. So we propose increased funding for training childcare providers and teachers to support children with special needs, and of course fund, whenever it's needed, the infrastructure to support more participation and inclusion of children with disabilities. Thank you. Next slide. And the last policy recommendation we have is related to simplifying access to childcare subsidies and financial assistance, because a lot of times those are underutilized, and the application is pretty complex, which discourages many families. So we definitely suggest streamlining subsidy process and expanding outreach and education to raise awareness. I think that's my last slide. Can I have next slide? Yes, this is it, and I'm open for questions, I was told, so.
Thank you. So Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Chair. Well, thanks for the presentation, and it just reminds me of why I hear so much from families and parents where it's better not to take a job and instead be on welfare and all these other programs and get assistance, because when you're spending 70, 80% of your income for childcare, it's a losing game for people. So I appreciate the data. It's shocking, frankly. It's just totally shocking. But it's really weird when we have these perverse incentives to not work. And instead, you know, because the people that do work, they're like cut off from all these other services because they're just above some income level. And they struggle far worse than not working, which is not the incentives that we want to encourage. And I know you're all doing the best you can. We did a big part of ours with the $4 million allocation from ARPA and other things. And we're going to continue. I know as this board, I can't speak for anybody, but we do really strongly support this. We appreciate the partnership that happened with Arcata and helping to make this happen, and all of you. But boy, it's just shocking. Do you see this thing changing by much? Or, I mean, you've got all the recommendations of things we could do. Is there the funding support to do those things moving forward, or where are we at with all of that?
Well, and that leads us to the recommendation, and I believe that there are still 2 more slides that maybe Jade would be able to address.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before we go on with those slides, if there any other comments from the board for you? Yes, thank you. Okay, so then we will have you finish.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I did have 2 more slides at the end of the presentation, and currently we have $400,000 in the budget towards an education program, and we've come up with a couple of challenges towards fully developing that in a way that feels like it would have as much impact as we would like it to have. And so this is in our original contract, the education portion was just student loan forgiveness for people working in early childhood education. That would definitely have an impact, but it feels more like a fancy way of doing a retention bonus than to increase our supply of childcare workers. And like Nino said, it is challenging to encourage people to go into a field that we know is underpaid. But we do want to support the people who are already in the field. And we know through talking with some of our partners that they're facing some funding shortages. So basically, where we're at right now is we have about $500,000 in our budget that could be reallocated or kind of change around what we had originally set out to do with the student loan forgiveness. We don't think that that's the best way to move forward with the money. And so I want to present a couple of options of how we could move forward with with those funds. Option one being continuing on this education track and investing in professional development. This would be new and existing professional development, helping out some partner organizations with budget shortfalls that they're facing to continue efforts that they've already been making. One that we're really excited about that isn't currently funded, but we think could be beneficial to people is this provider-to-provider dinner training. This is an informal network of childcare providers that have kind of come together and started having monthly dinners where they're having these in-depth conversations about the work that they do. It can be quite isolating to be a childcare provider. You know, you don't have colleagues really, you have the children that you're working with, and then having ways to connect with people who are doing the same work as you is pretty limited. So we would love to propose a way to fund that, at least pay for their dinner and for the people who are organizing its time. And yeah, so this is kind of our first draft of ways to continue with the education and professional development track. We would do possibly some student loan payment relief, but definitely reduce that part of the budget. And then option two on the next slide. We've been approached by county staff to explore reallocating $500,000 towards a long-term investment in county employees. Following this child care needs assessment and looking at the Little Saplings model that the city of Eureka has, the Little Saplings case study shows that the city of Eureka doesn't actually, it pays for itself. That program pays for itself, and the way that it does that is they own the building. That's like really the number one thing that sets what they have apart from what the county currently has is owning that asset. And so what we see that we could do with this $500,000 is do $80,000 towards a feasibility study and then use the rest towards capital investment. There are also other partner agencies who might have additional funding. So there are opportunities where we could leverage this funding to create a multi-use site that would serve childcare more holistically going forward. And so, yeah, these are the two things that we're exploring, and we're continuing to have conversations with county staff as to what the best route forward is with this money. So we would love a recommendation.
Supervisor Bohn.
I was thinking to myself, but I'm about us having a child care facility and why we didn't do anything else. But then I noticed that Google, Apple, the high-tech companies, which kind of started that and really forced it, are closing down most of their child care facilities.
Oh.
So, yeah, I mean, Apple just had closed theirs previous. Google just shuttered theirs in August of 24. And it makes me wonder why something that, that's imperative to them having people show up to work, why they would be shutting them down. And maybe it's more people not showing up to work, but I thought they were having people come back. And I don't know what the negatives would be on that and everything else. But then I'm also worried, what do we do when the $500,000 runs out? We'll have the asset, but you still have to staff the asset.
Yeah.
So we're going to do a study, and then we're going to spend the money. How about if the study comes back and says it's not feasible?
Yeah.
Because if we're thinking positive that's going to need it, then why study it? Let's just do it, and then then you've got another $80,000 towards it. And we follow somebody else's model. What I would suggest is have Sean get a hold of some of his other assistant CAOs or whatever and say, do you have a child care facility in your county? There's 50 of them in your little group, and you can ask them and says, what do you do? How do you do it? What's successful? Are there opportunities to partner with, Cal Poly on this, on the, early childhood learning, or College of the Redwoods? These people have it. Is there a chance to make this part of their curriculum so you're rolling kids in and out with one person overseeing it? So I'd like to look at all those ideas, because it's just this afternoon we're going to hear that we don't have enough money to,
Well, if you just do a little search on why Google or Apple closed, it says cost and complexibility.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
you were
can be
asking
really,
them.
it can be really complex to run a childcare if it isn't your, if it isn't your business or your bread and butter, if it isn't the thing that you are specialized in, right? And so one of the things that came together with the city of Eureka is the staff that they had available and the people that they have running it has made it so it is possible. It isn't somebody who normally does city things running childcare. It's a childcare person running a city's childcare, and so that does help. And then the city, I would definitely recommend looking at the case study in the needs assessment, because it really gets into how they are able to make it revenue neutral. They have, it's not just city employees who are sending their children there, it's also Coast Guard families. I think that the fire department also, Humboldt Bay Fire also subsidizes their employees' childcare and sends them there. And so it is a good opportunity to help out staff and reduce turnover and reduce that cost for them. But there are definitely challenges. Childcare is a pretty challenging business. I mean, that's why we've allocated all of this ARPA funding towards it. But I do think that it is, it would be really nice for county employees.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is working, right?
Yes.
So one of the findings in the assessment was that infants and toddlers are especially expensive for childcare providers to run because it's smaller teacher to child ratio. So in order as a business for a system like this to work, the childcare provider should also have preschoolers to balance this. So this was one of the challenges in the study as well that showed up, that's why like infant and toddlers are not financially that beneficial when you approach it as a business model. So I don't know one of the reasoning. So I would say like, oh, there needs to be another study to understand why Google closed it. But if you look at it purely as a business model, then there are other details that you need to take care into consideration there. But definitely all three groups of children, if they're there, it works better rather than only for infants and toddlers. Thank you.
Comments from the board? Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. Well, it was a pleasure to be with the City of Eureka during the start of the Little Saplings program. I know I'm looking at someone in the audience who was also part of that, our former mayor. And I know it's a passion of Susan Siemens. So thank you for all the work you've done in this. I know that you're the presenters and you've done a ton of work too. And I also just want to give my appreciation for that ongoing commitment. So it really is phenomenal to have two examples of this model that work really well in our community. I think they've been running for long enough to give us a great framework to build off of, and I think the Silicon Valley area is just very different, and the private sector is really different. So I appreciate that we have a model that works for a local government agency, and I think there's enough information there about what made it successful, the site control, as well as having paying members to offset the subsidized members of that community that really is worth trying to replicate. And I do want to ask, so I know that program, okay, well, I don't know for sure. They may have expanded it. It used to just be for preschoolers. Those
I
two
believe that's still the case.
Okay, and the Open Door program is also, is it limited?
No, that's through Little Learners, and they have infant through preschool.
Okay, so those are two kind of different setups. The preschool model does seem a little easier because from what I recall, just kind of plumbing the depths of my memory, they needed to also basically be potty trained to participate, and be past a threshold of having at least regular needs around going to the bathroom kind of be met. So that does seem like a big kind of thing to consider when it comes to the staffing and facilities and everything like that. So I mean, at this point, do we know, or is it too soon to say about whether we would be considering a model that was more preschool oriented or more an all ages spectrum?
I believe that's one of the things that could be flushed out in the feasibility study.
Yeah,
What
okay.
the ratios would be, whether, what the ratios would be in terms of partnerships with the community to help with that to help pay for the program.
Yeah.
That's an important reason for having that study, to study all these different types of models.
Yeah.
As well as, Jade had alluded to it, finding other community partners who could help invest in something like this, because there are other partners who are looking to do this similar type of thing. And if we could partner with them, and like Jade said, we could leverage that money to make an even bigger and better facility or operation.
And, I'm sure that you'll evaluate this in the feasibility study too, but, even if it were cheaper for county employees, it would be ideal for it to be a free benefit, but even if it were less expensive or more accessible and convenient for county employees, I think that would make a world of difference. So as far as I'm concerned, this can't come soon enough. I think it's really exciting. I know I heard from so many city employees that it just changed their world when that happened. If they have, if they had preschool age children, or were, kind of young enough children that they were going to be able to utilize that program. But it really was a game changer for them. And as far as retention, just feeling valued and feeling like the community actually cared about their family, and not just about their productivity as a solo individual.
And one thing I'll note, if I can, through the chair, is that the ARPA funding has a strict timeline of December 31st, 2026 to have this money expended. So if this is the route that your board whichever route your board decides to choose on this, we would need to really act quickly. A year and a half is a blink of an eye.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I did want to ask one other question, so not about this specific project, which I'm totally in favor of, but has there been any community coordination beyond like Facebook groups and kind of DIY coordination around helping people who have infants or toddlers connect with fellow parents to share, to kind of do trade-off of caregiving? Has there been any like concentrated effort around that?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, the first 5 playgroups come to mind as just like a networking opportunity. It's really a great way when you have young children to meet other parents of young children and possibly do that. But I don't know of any formalized groups that are doing that work now.
Okay. That's something that I guess I have some interest in. I don't know if that can be woven in to this study or some other effort, but
yeah, we've really focused a lot on licensed care, so that would be a license exempt. Yeah. So, but yeah, there are a lot of informal care arrangements that families end up making, and yeah, I would be very interested in expanding that and understanding better what those families' needs are too.
yeah, it would be interesting to know. I mean, I know of folks who have tried to do it and then felt concerned that they would be taking on some form of liability, or that we're just struggling with how to navigate that, and stepped away from an arrangement that otherwise would have worked well, and just maybe needed more information about what they would be responsible for and things like that.
Yeah, Changing Tides would be a really great resource as far as that goes. They do have the Family Friend and Neighbor subsidy payment, so they can get paid through the state if they qualify for the state subsidy, but they also can, I think, provide some guidance on what the liability is, and how many kids you can take care of and how many families and all of that sort of thing before you get into needing to be licensed.
I see. Okay, that's great to know. One more question. Sorry, I know other people probably have some, but this is very exciting for me. Is there additional funds that you're struggling to expend by December 2026? We always love to hear about that.
Not that, no, not right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thanks.
Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Wilson.
So yeah, put me in the option 2 category. I don't know too much about the details of where you guys want to spend the money necessarily. For me, I would offer a bit of flexibility that the staff can do this as efficiently as possible. I will say that what I'm hearing, though, is that, this could impact our capital fund in terms of, even though there might be $500,000 out there, that site control is important, and if there is a property that we need to either acquire or adjust, that's not going to be enough money to do that. This is why I think it's, again, keep going back to the prioritization of where we do our financing. We just put out a big chunk of money on financing for capital expenditure in another part of the county, and now I don't know what our capacity is in terms of doing these other things without getting funding from somewhere else. So if we choose option 2, I would implore staff to immediately find other capital external to our financing to do that. Where are the appropriate grants and other sources for that to do that? Because what you're offering right now is a great program, but again, the sustainability of that is going to be most dependent on our ability to own outright the actual property upon which it occurs. So, because we can't, unlike maybe what we just did, we can't afford $25,000 a month in financing as an overhead on something like this, where maybe we can on something else. But I'm just saying that is an important, thing we need to think about. But I still think that option 2 is still the best way to roll in terms of where we should go now. So that's my concern about that. That being said, I still think we have 2 models that are very good already operating in the county right now that were referenced, both Open Door and the city of Eureka. I don't think we are close to being associated with Apple and Google in terms of like the construct of what their needs and requirements are. So I think we can look locally to see what we got, and then maybe some other municipalities that are more right-sized. So with that, I think option 2 is the way to go, and I'm hoping that staff can and do that. And also, I would ask that we bring it to the facilities committee if that's at the right time, if that's where this needs to go, because it's going to need a home, and we're going to have to figure out what that is.
So
Thanks.
option 2 is for budget discussions. This is a receive and file. Is that? Yeah.
I think they were hoping for some direction.
It doesn't say that.
Yeah. So I think you're both correct. This right now at this.
That's the right answer.
At this.
It's always the right answer.
Never wrong.
Sean.
So I was hoping to have some discussion, but as I mentioned at the beginning, the recommendation is just to receive and file,
Yeah.
and then we can provide some direction at budget
At
hearings
budget, okay, that's
on
what I
Monday. But I believe this is still a good space to
No,
have some
I agree.
discussion.
Any other comments before I go? Okay, so we're going to go out to public comment, but I did want to say that I was able to go to the luncheon and hear the presentation, which I wasn't able to stay for the whole thing, but it was really great, and a lot of this information was there, and Susan did such a great job, and you all. But I do want to say there is nothing worse than not being able to afford childcare or to have childcare available to you. Our county is so rural that it's not feasible for a lot of people that live rurally, and some may say, well, then don't live so rurally, but sometimes it's not an option. That's where their home is, and they don't financially have an option to relocate. And I know when I was a young mom, and probably everybody on this board that has children, at times it is the most stressful thing in the world, having to figure out childcare for your children so that you can work. And Supervisor Madrone kind of hit on why some people don't. Or this program has been great for folks that can't afford to do childcare, so they become a childcare provider and the help. But that's also very financially hard to get started, and it takes a lot of money. So I appreciate that this board gave that money, years ago for that. I just know that anything we can do to help with childcare for families. You can imagine coming to work as an organization here, and you have your child care provider has called in sick, or your husband has gone to a job, and then try to deal with not calling out, because that makes your employer not happy, and then saying, okay, I have to beg grandma or uncle to watch my kid, and then coming to work so stressed out because your child care provider wasn't able to provide that day. And so I do think that if the options to be able to provide childcare or help in some way, it's just huge. So with that, we'll go to public comment on the Zoom.
There is none, Chair.
And then we'll go to public comment in the room, if there is any. And I see none, so I will close public comment, and then we'll come back to the board for a motion to receive and file. Thank you so much for your presentations and all that you've done.
I'll make the motion to receive and file and echo the anxiety that Chair Bushnell talked about. My youngest is now graduating high school, but I remember the days, and even having to, it's not just about the cost, it's also about the availability. Mm-hmm. I mean, I literally signed up for childcare before the children were born, right? In order to get on a list. That is, and that was some of the best advice someone gave me. So whoever's pregnant out there, sign up now, because you don't want to be left out and have that happen, because it is just so high anxiety, and the cost is, I mean, it is what it is, and you're still feeling like you're not paying people enough, even though it's such a huge part of your budget and of your income. And I can remember even moving from childcare to public school and thinking, wow, I just got a raise. And what a relief that was, how much that lifted off, a burden off our family, and then also sharing in that anxiety with your peers. And so we know what it is, and Humboldt County is not alone. It is nationwide. It speaks to a lack of priorities from the federal and state government. I mean, really, counties just don't have that capacity necessarily, although we're trying with a little bit of what we got. But I can tell you that there needs to be a much bigger a response from the federal government on this. So with that, I motion to receive and file. Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Kaylee?
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much for the presentation and all the work around it, and for everybody that was here to hear the presentation. So at this time, we have a time set that we've passed again at 12:45 for closed session, and so we're going to go to County Council to read in closed session.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957.6 in order to review the county's position and instruct its designated labor negotiators. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the cases of Dana Reese versus County of Humboldt et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2402231, and Corinne Morgan Thomas and Doug Thomas et al. Versus County of Humboldt et al., case number 1:22-CV-5725-RMI. And finally, it is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and E3 in order to discuss exposure to litigation in one potential case regarding the claim for property tax refund submitted by Pacific Gas and Electric Company.
Thank you. So I will go to public comment on the Zoom.
There is none.
Public comment in the room. Go Good afternoon, Kent.
Good afternoon. In your negotiations with your employees, I was informed today, I understood Sheriff Billy said that the animal shelter had four main employees and they've lost 3 recently here. So that's going to have major implications. Part of what was brought to my attention by him was that a lot of the reason they're going to other places, these people are leaving to other jobs, is because they can't get health care affordable. The deductions for their health care is through the roof. So many people have tried to come up with other ways to do health care, single payer or something like that. Every day that goes by that we really aren't just hammering the ever living out of our state and federal representatives, that they're going to have to make a change in health care. It just does not work here. So many, just copy it off of what Mexico does. That's fantastic down there. But those changes are going to happen. That's about the only thing we can do that wouldn't cost the county maybe that much. Force these other entities to go ahead and provide the health care, and then we aren't having to hit our employees with deductions of $400 allegedly per paycheck from some employees in the county. It's a lot of money for people to come right off the top of their paychecks, and it's time that this overall thing changed. And I know you're just small little people in the whole scheme of things, but I think the other small little people that you see at CSAC or any of these other places really need to hammer forward on our health care these days. So thank you, Martina, to speak.
Thank you.
I'm going to get my knees fixed pretty soon, so.
Good. Thank you. Any other public comment in the room on the closed session items? Seeing none, I'm going to ask County Council, what time, how long do you anticipate for closed session? We'll start at 1:30.
I would assume somewhere around an hour to an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay, so we anticipate being back at between 2:30 and 3. And so we are going to recess, and I'm asking the board to be in conference room A at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We are back out of closed session, and if I can ask County Council, is there anything reportable?
Thank you, Chair. There was no reportable action taken with regard to items G4 through G6. With regard to item G7, the board voted unanimously to direct the risk manager to deny the claim for refund of property taxes levied for year 2020 to 2021 submitted by Pacific Gas and Electric Company.
Thank you. And so before we go on to our final item today, just a reminder that we put up a new link for Zoom, and it is on Humboldt Access. Of course, if you're on the Zoom, you won't be able to see the new link, but it is 845-8607-3407. And then we are going to go on to our final item, proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget, and we're going to start off with our CAO.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. This is a very exciting day for our staff and the culmination of many, many months of hard work. So before I pass it off to Deputy CAO Jessica Maciel, I just wanted to give a thanks out to all of the departments who worked so diligently on their budgets. This was a very hard year all across the board with tight budget times bearing down on us, and every department was very gracious and understanding and accommodating to tight budget circumstances, and really did a fabulous job in working within their means. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And then also for the county administrative staff who have been working on this, Karen Clower, Sean Quincy, Shannon Folk Carlson, Vanessa Erickson, Stephanie Bowers, and Kati Gallardo, and then of course Jessica Maciel, who is the ringleader of the budget. They work nights and weekends and tirelessly on the budget, and so I am very, very thankful for all of their work on this, and big props to Jessica, who has stepped into sort of the finance officer role for the county and is really just excelling at it, and has refined the budget process and the budget documents so that it is easier to comprehend and to manage for all of us. So just wanted to show some gratitude to all the staff who have been working so hard on the budget this year. With that, Jessica will present the budget to you.
Thank you, CAO Hayes. You're going to make me blush. Good afternoon, Chair Bushnell and members of the board. I am Jessica Maciel, Deputy County Administrative Officer, and I'm here to present your board the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget. And I just want to echo CAO Hayes' thanks to departments. They really worked with us this year on very tight circumstances. And a little additional shout out to Kathy Canepa from Aviation. She helped us with budget review this year, which was very helpful. All right, you can just skip to the next slide, Kaylee. So I'll go through a little bit of the budget process that we went through this year. It begins early in the calendar year when the mid-year is presented to your board. This is guided by Government Code 29009, which is the County Budget Act. This year, the mid-year was presented to your board on February 4th. Through that report, your board established the parameters to guide budget development. And for fiscal year 25-26, those parameters included a status quo budget for general fund allocations, including approved fiscal year 24-25 additional requests for general fund. Your board also directed staff not to accept any additional requests for general fund in 25-26, to deallocate fiscal year 25-26 unfunded positions, set the contribution to PARs at 2% of salaries for another year, and prioritize fiscal sustainability with contributions to the general reserve in the amount of $3 million and to deferred maintenance at policy level. With those parameters in place, budget preparation kicked off on February 27th, with budgets due to the CAO's office by April 7th. The CAO's management and budget team utilized the months of April and May to review and compile the entire county budget. On May 5th, before department presentations, I presented a general fund 5-year financial forecast, which highlighted that expenditures are expected to outpace revenue growth and reiterated the importance of taking actions to close the general fund budget deficit. Today, before your board, is the presentation of the proposed budget, and budget hearings will take place next Monday, June 9th, and final adoption is anticipated for June 24th. Next slide, please, Kaylee. This is the personnel distribution that will be before your board. The total proposed personnel allocations are 2,237.13 FTE. This is a decrease of 108.6 positions, or 4.6% over the prior year adopted positions. Due to negative fund balances and restructuring of the majority of this reduction is in DHHS. DHHS deallocated 98.9 positions, or 7.2%, over the department's fiscal year 24-25 positions. In addition, planning and building has made significant reductions over the last 2 years. In this budget, they have deallocated 12 positions, or 18.4%, over the department's 24-25 positions. And in the 24-25 budget, they deallocated 7 positions. So in 2 years, they have reduced from 72 to 53 positions. In the current budget year, DHHS makes up over 58% of the county's positions. 21% are in law and justice departments, and the remaining are split amongst the rest of the departments. In this year, DHHS's reductions have reduced their portion of the positions to 57%, so 22% are in law and justice, and the remaining split amongst the other departments. Next slide, please. So today, the total proposed budget or spending plan before your board for fiscal year 25-26 is $629.74 million. This proposed budget represents an increase of $21.5 million in expenditures, or a 3.5% more than the budget your board adopted for the current year. This increase is not representative of the work departments have done to reduce expenditures during this cycle, and is increasing due to Measure O, budgeted at $27 million, and a one-time contingency for labor negotiations budgeted at $5 million. These increases are offset by expenditure reductions in departments, and without these two items, the budget before your board would show a significant decrease. Next slide. Oh, you're on it. Thank you, Kaylee. So the general fund, the fiscal year 25-26 budget proposes that your board allocate $157.89 million in general fund expenditures, which is a decrease of $8.9 million, or 5.3% from the prior year. This is primarily due to some accounting changes. We moved Measure Z to its own fund, and that is offset by moving probation realignment back into the general fund. This movement of Measure Z will improve efficiency and transparency in tracking Measure Z. And if you take those two changes into account, the total adopted general fund expenditures is increasing for 25-26 by $6.7 million, or 4.4%. And again, I want to reiterate, that's not reflective of the work that departments have done to reduce their expenditures. Of the total expenditures, $5.5 million is one-time contingency for labor negotiations, and $3 million is a contribution to the general reserve, and an additional just under $750,000 is the policy level contribution to deferred maintenance. And I also want to commend your board for prioritizing these contributions. These are important steps towards our fiscal sustainability in the long term, and will be helpful. And this will bring the general reserve to the minimum policy level in fiscal year 25-26, of which it hasn't been at in many, many years. In the general fund, projected revenues are $137.14 million, which is a decrease of $4.5 million, or 3.2% from 24-25. And again, that decrease is attributed to the movement of Measure Z, offset by probation realignment. And if you consider that movement, the revenue is increasing by $6 million, or 4.6%. Discretionary general fund revenue is increasing just under $2.2 million due to anticipated increases in property taxes and interest revenue. The use of general fund balance in the proposed budget is $20.8 million of fund balance, of which $8.8 million is due to the previously mentioned contributions. And the remainder is $12 million, which is our operating deficit. And this is a reduction in fund balance use for operating of $3.1 million, or 20.4%, which is a great reduction by your board. Next slide, please. So one thing that is a difference between the department submitted and the CAO proposed budget. Public Works submitted 3 budgets over their general fund allocation. This includes Public Works Land Use, Public Works County Surveyor, and Public Works Veterans Buildings. Per your board's direction at mid-year to not approve any additional general fund allocations, the CAO proposed budget before your board includes a reduction in the facility management budget to account for the overages in the other public works budgets. And the reason we are recommending that is in each of the last 3 budget years, the Public Works facility management budget has underspent their general fund allocation by more than $700,000. And so this adjustment is reduced, and it is $88,494 reduced in the facilities management budget. Next slide, please. Negative fund balances, I have been reporting out on these regularly. Negative fund in other funds are a threat to the general fund and negatively impact the interest earned by the general fund. And I typically report at first quarter on what that impact is. Once the year is closed, it's a lot easier to tell you what that impact was. It is important the entire agency implement prudent fiscal practices to correct and prevent funds from having negative fund balances. You may notice that economic development and purchasing are no longer on this list, as those fund balances are anticipated to recover this year and remain positive. 2 new additions include both aviation funds. So 2 of the DHHS funds that I have been reporting on at pretty much every fiscal report have significant negative fund balances. As reported over the last 2 years, DHHS Social Services Fund is 1160 is negative. This is the Social Services Administration Fund. The department anticipates ending fiscal year 24-25 with a negative fund balance of 11.2 million, an improvement of 1.9 million or 14.4% over the prior year. DHHS staff have implemented strategies to reduce expenditures and save discretionary revenue in order to remedy their negative fund balance. After reductions, DHHS is budgeting to contribute 1.6 million to the 1160 fund balance in fiscal year 25-26, which will bring them to 9.6 million in negative fund balance, which is a 14.1% improvement over where they anticipate to land in 24-25. DHHS Behavioral Health reports no change to the estimates reported at the mid-year budget update, resulting in the Behavioral Health Fund ending fiscal year 24-25 with a negative $26.3 million negative fund balance. This is a significant decrease over what was anticipated last year. In the prior year, payment reform was implemented in which payments are supposed to be processed much timelier. However, this took some time for the state to implement and payments were delayed. DHHS behavioral health staff have been working on an analysis of outstanding payments and fund balance impact, which is not yet complete, and they anticipate being able to report back at first quarter or mid-year. Okay, the Public Works funds. The Roads Fund is estimated to end fiscal year 24-25 with a negative fund balance of 4.2 million, a reduction in the negative fund balance of 3.2 million, primarily due to your board's decision on April 22nd to put 3 million of the first 3 months of Measure O towards the roads negative fund balance. That transaction won't happen until probably towards the fall, once those have been received and then accrued back to the prior fiscal year. And just as a reminder for your board, you did direct staff that 50% of Measure O revenue above projections will be contributed to the roads negative fund balance until that fund balance is resolved. So that first contribution from this process will take place in 26-27. The Natural Resources Fund and Public Works draws in millions of grant dollars every year, and annually they receive a small general fund contribution of $20,000. As reported last year, the Natural Resources Fund balance has dipped into the negative, and staff have not reported any progress on that negative fund balance. This negative fund balance is roughly double what was anticipated last year. Okay, next slide, please. The aviation funds were reported to be negative at first quarter and at mid-year. The Aviation Enterprise Fund is anticipated to fall negative during fiscal year 24-25. However, at the time of budget development, the ending fund balance was more than $970,000 for 23-24. Since then, additional adjustments have been entered through the course of closing prior years and audit adjustments, which has caused it to dip to roughly $430,000. As aviation had planned according to the prior posted balance and intended to use fund balance this coming year, we have proposed the budget as is and will monitor closely and bring budget adjustments at first quarter or mid-year.
Aviation staff do report that parking lot revenue and fuel revenues are performing better than anticipated and are likely to fill this budget gap. Additionally, as reported at the mid-year budget update, the Aviation Capital Projects Fund has an estimated negative balance of $4.9 million as of the end of 24-25, and most of that is awaiting closeout or reimbursement from the FAA. So Measure Z, on May 6th, your board, I say May 6th, but I mean April 22nd. On April 22nd, your board reviewed the fiscal year 25-26 list of Measure Z applications as prioritized by the Measure Z Citizens Advisory Committee. The committee had $1.3 million available to allocate in the fiscal year 25-26 process. $800,000 of fund balance due to underspending by county departments, and $500,000 of anticipated additional revenues. The committee's recommendations funded the first 4 ranked projects with a shortfall of $39,794, and the committee left it up to your board to distribute that shortfall. In addition, your board approved funding the Public Works brush cutting crew with Measure O funds and considered reallocating the Public Works Measure Z allocation. Ultimately, your board accepted the committee's recommendations, adding the $39,794 for applications from the Public Works allocation, and added $40,000 for the City of Trinidad Water Infrastructure Project. And then reallocated the remaining amount to county departments with said allocations in the 3-year spending plan, including the sheriff, district attorney, probation, and DHHS. The proposed budget reflects the committee's recommendations. The adopted budget will reflect your board's direction. For fiscal year 25-26, staff estimated $13 million in revenues, though more recent revenue projections have indicated revenues may come in lower in the current year. This highlights the importance of the budgeted contingency established by your board, which is $864,000. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go over I'll run through some funding sources here. So the next one I'm going to talk about is ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act. Those funds were required to be obligated by December 31st, 2024, so this past December, and are required to be spent by December 31st, 2026. $24.3 million in ARPA funds have been expended, and it is estimated that an additional $28,450 will be expended prior to the end of fiscal year 24-25, for a total of $24.4 million expended of the original $26.3 million. The remaining $1.9 million are obligated to 4 remaining projects and budgeted to be expended in fiscal year 25-26. Those projects are the HVAC for the IT facility, which that project is mostly complete. The childcare, which you all heard a presentation on. We have a final 10% payment or 5% payment that we have not paid out yet. The housing trust fund in the amount of $1.5 million, and human resources staffing. And then the next one is the Local and Tribal Consistency Fund. The CAO has been recommending for a couple of years that your board hold on to the LATCF funds for future needs pending stabilizing the general fund. That is what is included in the proposed budget. However, your board may provide staff direction on a different alternative. Currently, $500,000 has been expended for earthquake response, and $118,103 has been expended pending 100% reimbursement from the state for earthquake sheltering. At this time, $2.58 million remains unexpended of the original $3.2 million. We only have $2.33 up there as available because of that $118,000 that is waiting. We have expended that, but we're waiting on reimbursement. 2.2 million is unobligated, and $131,897 is available to be re-obligated from the earthquake response should your board choose to do so. Staff will seek further direction on the allocation of these funds at budget hearings. Opioid settlement funds. In November of 2022, the county began receiving opioid settlement payments. For California, the Department of Healthcare Services is monitoring expenditures and has established reporting and spending guidelines. Funds for opioid abatement activities funds must be used for opioid abatement activities, and the guidance is quite complicated, is defined by DHCS. In fiscal year 23-24, the first year these funds were budgeted, staff established the opioid work group comprised of the Sheriff's Office, DHHS, County Council, and Probation to determine recommendations for funding. In the last year, the Public Defender was added to this work group, and the CAO facilitates this work group. The county has received $3.6 million in payments through fiscal year 23-24. Fiscal year 24-25 payments will trickle in for the next few months and are estimated at $6.1 million. And in fiscal year 24-25, your board approved a budget utilizing $1.9 million of these funds. The spending plan before your board for fiscal year 25-26 is $3.3 million. And on the slide, you can see the projects that it is set to fund as determined by the work group. And next slide. So this is the transient occupancy tax. On April 22nd, your board reviewed the allocations for the transient occupancy tax. Ultimately, your board, the CAO recommended that you maintain a status quo budget with the current maintaining the allocations for 24-25. And reallocating the previous Humboldt County Visitors Bureau allocation. Your board accepted those recommendations and only changed that the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau allocation go to economic development and added an additional $50,000 for Project Trellis from the Measure J funds and removed the contingency reserve that we had budgeted in 24-25. So the total budget for expenditures for TOT is $1.36 million. And then Measure O, the new local roads and transit sales tax was passed in November with a 63% yes vote. On April 22nd, your board adopted a 5-year spending plan, assuming $24 million in revenue each year and allocating 85% of that revenue, or $20.4 million, to Humboldt County Public Works for roads, and 15%, or $3.6 million, to Humboldt Transit Authority for transit services annually. In addition, your board directed staff that the $6 million in anticipated fiscal year 24-25 revenue be split with $3 million going to the road fund negative fund balance and $3 million added to the Public Works allocation in the coming year. With that, the fiscal year 25-26 Public Works allocation is recommended at $23.4 million, and the HTA allocation is recommended at $3.6 million. In the Public Works Measure O budget, 7 new positions were requested, including a public information specialist. This position is limited by job description to the CAO. With that, the proposed budget differs from the department request such that the CAO has recommended an administrative analyst for this position rather than a public information specialist. Additionally, on April 22nd, your board requested that staff bring back with the budget a consideration of administrative positions for Measure O, which I will cover with our other staff recommendations on the next slide. All right, these are the staff recommendations for your board's consideration. First, the McKay interfund loan. The resolution attached to your staff report authorizes the general fund to loan $260,243 to the Forest Resources and Recreation Fund against the expected payment from future timber harvests. If approved, the total loan will be nearly $1.9 million. The Tax Loss Reserve Fund is estimated to, this is an annual contribution that we're able to do from the Tax Loss Reserve Fund. It is estimated to have a balance of $4.8 million at the end of the current fiscal year, with an additional $2 million in revenue anticipated for fiscal year 25-26. An estimated $2 million can typically be transferred to the general fund on an ongoing basis, depending on economic conditions. So based on the current fund balance, it is recommended that $2 million be transferred to the general fund in 25-26. For the hiring freeze, in 24-25, your board approved a hiring freeze on departments that received an approved additional general fund request, and for those with negative fund balances. In addition to a list of hiring freeze exceptions brought with budget hearings last year, departments have brought several agenda items to request additional exceptions to the hiring freeze throughout fiscal year 24-25, and your board has approved all requested exceptions.
Is that something we should just get rid of since we don't say no to anything?
So staff seek your direction on that today.
So we're going to go probably down through the items and make that decision.
I mean, we wouldn't see Billy every week that way.
And then Measure O staffing. With the implementation of Measure O, there are anticipated impacts on central service departments, which may require additional staffing allocations, particularly the auditor, controller, county counsel, the CAO, and purchasing. I will say any staffing allocations to central service departments that are cost allocation plan, which would be all of them except purchasing, will be billed through that mechanism, which is 2 years in arrears. Should your board choose to fund those staffing allocations, they would need additional, an increase in their general fund allocation, which would then be reimbursed in 2 years through the cost allocation plan. So the first charges would not go to Measure O until fiscal year 27-28. The ISFs work a little bit differently, so the first charges would come in the next fiscal year in 26-27 if purchasing was approved. The UAL, or the unfunded accrued liability, per the pension funding policy, if CalPERS provides an incentive or discount for prepayment of the minimum required contribution to payment in full at the beginning of the year as opposed to monthly payments, the CAO is required to bring an analysis, a financial analysis, to your board for consideration. The savings offered in fiscal year 25-26 by CalPERS for prepayment is just over $1.2 million, or 3.2%. It is estimated that these funds could only earn roughly $440,000 in the county treasury if the interest rate is at 2.3%, which is well below the savings provided by prepayment. So for that reason, staff recommend prepayment. And the treasurer tax collector plans for that accordingly to have sufficient funds in the county treasury. Voluntary furlough. Again, as the county continues to navigate difficult economic conditions and expected shortfalls, staff recommend that your board authorize department heads to approve voluntary unpaid furloughs for employees under their authority for the coming year. And these last two are really just accounting authorization. So staff are recommending your board approve the closure of Fund 1190. The Employment Training Division budget unit has been moved to Fund 1160, which is the Social Services Fund, and there's no budgeted activity in Fund 1190 for the coming year. And finally, your board has already given the auditor controller authority to close funds without an associated legal mandate that have not had activity except interest apportionment in the prior 3 years. However, this is requesting that your board expand that authority to allow the managing department request the closure of that fund if they're no longer in use. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Does the board have any questions? If no questions, then I would go out to public comment really quick. And then, sure, go ahead, Supervisor Madrone.
I noticed in there was a $300,000 estimate on cannabis income, and yet it talks about that we didn't include that in the budget. It would end up being, whatever comes in is unknown, and it would be included in 26, 27.
The cannabis income is what has actually, what we're estimating has actually came in. So that's based on actual receipts in
Over
the current year. And so we're looking at an increase in what actual receipts have actually,
So that was
have
a
come
push-
in 24,
That was a
25.
push of payments to get done by March, which was a deadline that we had. There's a new push for December 31st, and that's income in this coming year, but we don't know how much it's going to be. So we're leaving that alone. Then there's also trellis money, some of which came from TOT and other places, that is going to, in many cases, go to farmers to pay their Measure S and their building fees and things like that. We also don't have an estimate for that. That's coming in this year or this next year, but we don't have an estimate for that. So technically, they're going to come in this next year, but we're suggesting to apply them to the year after, once they're known, once we've received them.
In a way, yes, they will go into fund balance, sorry, through the chair. They will go into fund balance as additional beyond what we've budgeted. And so
They're unbudgeted.
they would potentially be available for the next year.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are too inconsistent for us to
Yeah.
budget them.
Well, I also appreciate the look at staffing needs from Measure O. I mean, clearly, you got to manage something that big. And looking at positions in the auditor's office, the CO's office, the, county counsel's office, CAO, and in Public Works, to actually be able to administer and manage all of that. I appreciate that. And I know that this board, we made a decision to say we're going to allocate $3 million out of the first year towards the debt retirement, but at some point, I'd like to hear from Director Madsen on that in particular, because I think there's such a huge need on our roads right now that paying that $3 million on the debt, it's a good thing. It lowers the debt, but it doesn't change our budget specifically. It just lowers the debt. And we could easily do that in the next year. I'm so confident now with Measure O that we're going to be able to pay this debt off. In fact, we allocated, I think, 50% of anything we receive over $24 million in an annual income, that 50% of that above amount would automatically go to debt retirement. So I think we've got great plans to get all that done, but there's such urgent needs on our road. I mean, I just can't tell you, in my district, I know Michelle's, Rex's, the roads are just, they're falling apart. And so at any rate, I'd love to, at an appropriate time, hear from Director Madsen. I don't know if now, Chair, is the time or later.
I was going to go out to public comment and
Okay.
then ask the department heads to come up and speak, if that's okay.
That sounds fine. The last thing was, there was a comment in here about money saved in public works facilities management. I think $700,000 or something like that was saved. I'm assuming that's because of lack of positions being filled, basically, and money not being spent in that arena. But given the needs we have with the new Vets Hall, the Semper Virens funding, the lab, although that's been pulled for now, the triage center, and we have this massive need, and we're down to one architect, right? So, I mean, I would love to, it is the right moment to propose to this board that we actually use that $700,000 to provide some wage increases to our architects so we can fill those positions and get these facilities built. But that's perhaps a discussion after public comment. So just some initial thoughts. Thank you.
Anyone else before I go to public comment? Okay, I'm going to go to public comment on the Zoom.
There is none, Chair.
Okay, public comment in the room.
I have to review some numbers because I'm a little confused here. I thought I saw 27.3 million instead of 24 million anticipated from Measure O. I did have a question, and I haven't gotten quite to the bottom of it yet, but the other meeting, Supervisor Steve Madrone mentioned that a lot of the tax revenue would not be coming to our local zip codes. Instead, would be going to the hubs on Amazon sales. And I don't know if that's reflected in here, or if that's part of this, how it would be part of that, but I know the city of Blue Lake, our Amazon sales, as best I can tell, are 60 or 70%, some between 60 and 70% of our total sales tax. So maybe I'm misunderstanding something, the process here, but that, if you take a 60% hit of even your 27.3 million, because that's going to Reading or Gerber or wherever the hubs are, that's a major, major concern. I don't know, maybe I'm misinterpreting. The other thing I did notice, I'm confused on item number 7, you have approved the prepayment of the CalPERS unfunded UAL, and you had a number up there of 1.2 million. The one in the agenda here has 36.785 million. So maybe I'll take some more time and review the things. You have a few things that are different numbers than what are being presented in these reports and things. That's always, they're usually why, they're usually answers why, but it's a good thing to make sure those are consistent. So I'll have a little more time. Maybe I'll try availing myself of a little more in-depth going into this, and maybe some of those questions could be answered in the future meetings when you do have public hearings, or be ready to answer the question. Kind of like it's always good to know the question before it comes here. Right, Scott? Thank you for my opportunity to speak on this. Best of luck to all of us with what's about to happen. I don't think it's realistic for you to try and freeze all wages, all positions. I think I mentioned, I was talking to Billy earlier, we've lost like 3 people at our animal shelter, which is quite a bit of that. And if you have people not there to take care of these things, the services have to go on, and it's just a matter of how I notice there's a bunch of funds here we're closing out and moving things around, making those maneuvers. Of course, some things won't be available to us next year. So, and there'll probably no more COVID funding. I would anticipate possibly even something of what you had, a couple funds up there. Some of that possibly might be clawed back if it's not used in the relative near future. That's a tendency that's coming from Washington. So anything that you have on that thing is not a certainty, or anything that comes from the feds to the state could be clawed back at that level. So there's a lot of uncertainty out there in what's happening on both of those forums. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, I'm going to close public comment, and at this time I'd welcome department heads if they would like to speak. And electeds. Department head and electeds. Hi, Director Mattson.
Good afternoon, Tom Mattson, Director of Public Works. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this year's budget. I do want to echo what was already presented, that this is a very difficult year. We've all had to pull together. I do want to issue just a precautionary note. I know you're asking to move some Measure O money for other positions. I just ask you to be very, very clear to the public about what that is. I can fully support the auditor position. Unfortunately, like most department heads over the last 6 years, we've become very, very familiar with our auditor's office, and our Michael is doing a great job, but he does need additional staff. And we are going to be pushing a lot more contracts through him, and getting our vendors paid in a timely manner is extremely important. But I just hope you're very, very clear to the public about the rest of the Measure O funding for other departments. There is a need, but just be clear, please. Secondly, on the amount put forth to the deficit I have, I will be bringing a spending plan to your board next Monday for Measure O. It's going through the HCOG committee on this Thursday. I did not plan on any of that $3 million that was recommended. I figured that was already a good investment, but I will not be planning an additional $1 million this year, because I think it's very important we get money on the road and people see this money going to work. Most of my deficit is actually accounts receivable from FEMA, and so I really think it's more important, and my recommendation to you is to put the money on the road, not into the black hole for this first year. We already are putting $3 million, and I'm really fine with that. I don't have an objection to that, but I do not recommend putting more this fiscal year. And then as to the facility maintenance issue that Mr. Madrone brought up, that is a major issue. We agreed to balance the budget with the CAO's office. We had to. We've been underbilling in land use, and we have some issues that we have to correct. But if there is any funding available to be able to get us to fill these critical positions, you have a huge number of infrastructure projects related to buildings that will help this economy, and we will not be able to deliver them. If we cannot deliver them, people are not working, people are not paying taxes, they're not staying in motels or eating. So I highly request you consider get the authority to look at the salary of those positions we need to deliver these projects. Thank you.
Does anybody from the board have any questions for Director Mattson? Supervisor Wilson.
I was thinking that part of the reason there was some of this money was going into the debt service of this was because it would be difficult to actually enable the amount of money that's coming in to actually get all on the roads, just to the limitations of staff and contractors and all those other things. Is that? Am I in the right ballpark?
We believe we are very good for this year. In fact, we're
Okay.
proposing to use $4 million of the funds to leverage an additional $20 million, effectively doubling our Measure O revenue to $40 million this year with all the federal match projects we're going to put out.
Okay.
But we've got some pretty good surfacing projects that are larger, in fact, easier to manage because they're larger. But we will be doing a lot of smaller projects too. But we feel very confident we can deliver this funding this year.
Okay, that was my impression as to the reason why we're looking at that. But if you're saying that it all can be put to work, then I think that's reasonable. Although we still have to, there's still a cost of financing that debt. So we'll try our best to not have to do that in the future.
Yeah, and I am proposing to add 2 engineers, but that is going to take some time. But we are fully committed as a department to do whatever it takes to show the public that they invested wisely in getting this money on the road.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other questions. We may call you back up if we do have other questions. Afternoon, Sheriff Hansel.
Good afternoon. I know that it's late, but I just wanted to, number one, acknowledge CAO for working with the departments to try and balance the budget as best as possible. This has been a challenging year, but we've all kind of tightened our belts and we've worked together to try and make sure that this happens. It does hurt because we've all reduced services. We all have cut positions and those kind of things, but we all know that we're in this together. One thing that I want to echo what Supervisor Madrone said is that public works and building maintenance is failing within the county. And so we need to put money into this and getting the engineers, getting the architects in place. We've had several building projects at the Sheriff's Office that have been delayed for 5+ years. And we can't get done because higher priority emergency projects are always coming up. And that's what the priorities are. Something's falling apart, something's falling down. And so we need to make that as the emergency. But in reality, we need to put maintenance into our structures in order for us to save money in the long term. And the county will see the return on investment, maybe not immediately, but after 5 years if we invest in the architects and getting this done. So I really want to urge whatever we can to do that. Also, the hiring freeze, you know, I probably we're all on the same page there. We've been fiscally responsible this year. And so if we haven't, then take that right away. But realistically, let's get rid of that. It's just one extra hoop that we don't all need to jump through that delays the process. And so I'm here to answer any questions that you may have about the sheriff's budget as well. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions of the sheriff?
Thank you.
Okay. Any other department head want to come up? No? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. CAO, do you want to add anything?
No, nothing significant at this point in time. Although I will just reference when we're talking about the debt in public work, it's negative fund balance, and so really the impact there is negative interest being applied to that fund. So there, is certainly a benefit to clearing up that negative fund balance. But I just wanted to provide that clarification that we're referring to it as debt and it's fund balance deficit.
Okay. Supervisor Madrone?
But thanks for clarifying that, but given that it is primarily FEMA accounts payable, not debt, actually, when they pay, which they have to, I mean, I realize the federal government is in disarray, especially with FEMA and everything else, but these are debts owed. And it's been traditional that it can take 5-7 years to actually get this money. I don't know how old all these things are, but I suspect they're out there at 3, 4, 5, 7 years. But when they get paid, say we've paid down the debt with Measure O, and then we get the money from FEMA, how does that work in the system? Does it get credited back to that payments we made on the debt, and then that shifts back to O again?
It would go back into fund balance, and it would be funds that could then be expended for other projects at that point in time if there was no negative fund balance to be cleared up with those
When you say other
dollars.
projects, it could go not to Measure O and not to roads. It could go to other things that the board
No,
decides?
it'll go into
Back to
the
O.
boards, or excuse me, into the roads budget. So it could
Okay,
be
in a-
repurposed
in a
by
sep-
roads.
In a separate account for Measure O under the general fund, it would come back into.
Roads is a special revenue fund,
Okay,
and so it has to go back into the road
Okay.
fund. Yeah.
Great. Well, that's good. But again, I think, thinking about when we do those things, that's the question.
Supervisor Wilson?
Great. I did see in there, about the local assistance and travel consistency funds. And it seems to me that probably, in the way that we have been using it, could, moving forward, have a nexus with the facilities and maintenance and energy efficiency, basically our facilities updates and sustainability programming. And so I'll be interested in, I know you guys are going to go back and talk about that some more, and we don't have a budget committee this year necessarily, but I think for me, it seems like there's opportunity there to, if we do it right and are frugal about how we use that resource, could be helpful in how we move forward with those challenges that we have. Am I way off base on that?
No, you are. And we will be including a discussion item in the public hearings next Monday to seek guidance from your board on if you would like to allocate those funds, what for.
Just, can I ask you, Deputy Maciel? Sorry, it's late. So the attachments 1 through 8, are those recommendations that we need to allocate or talk about today, and then items in the staff report as well? Or is it, can you help with the process, please?
I believe it's recommendations 3 through 10.
In the staff report?
In the staff report. And most of them are pretty straightforward every year recommendations. Right. The two that I would call out that we need staff direction on are the hiring freeze and the Measure O staffing.
Okay, so is the board okay with going away from the hiring freeze, or is there want to be discussion on that? I'm fine. I don't think we need a hiring freeze. I think that our departments have shown fiscal responsibility, and I think that it's extra work for them and extra work for everybody. So unless Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's sort of silly to have that, but then we approve every single one. It's like, that's a waste of energy for sure. And even though we love to see Billy every week, but, and by the way, Billy, Sheriff Hansel, I very much appreciate your comment on the facilities. There are places where we spend money where we save so much and we accomplish so much, and that's that leveraging aspect, and that's certainly one to highlight. So thank you for that. Quick question. It was brought up, and I had a question about in the staff report. It does show Measure O with 27 million. Could you explain what that is?
Can I back up? And
Sure, please.
I'm asking about the hiring freeze. Can we I'm trying to do this in
I'm sorry,
sections so
please.
we can
You
get
go
this done.
ahead, and I'll get back to that.
Okay, thanks. So everybody's okay with that? Okay. So then.
Can I make a clarifying
Sure.
comment just on that?
Yep.
Just if anyone's watching this and, I think there's been a lot of, we've talked very openly about our structural budget deficit, but what we're talking about here is allowing for existing allocated positions to be hired should they become vacant, rather than positions to be created. So I just want that to be clear for the general public. I know our board knows that.
So clarification also, new allocated unbudgeted positions would have to come before this board regardless if there's a hiring freeze or not. So they only can hire within their budget allocations currently, and making that, I guess, that known for the public. It still would not happen. New allocations would still, regardless of a hiring freeze, would have to come before this board for approval. Correct? Correct. Okay. So I guess we're all in consensus of the hiring freeze. And then the next item, what number, Jess?
I believe it's
No. Six, okay. So provide staff direction on administrative staffing allocations for Measure O. And I have some questions around Measure O and Measure Z, and I believe that's the and, right?
Yes.
So that we could talk about that. And so the Measure O is up for discussion for this board, whether we want to allocate positions out of Measure O for auditor controller. I think the CAO has, or if this board feels that there's positions needed elsewhere. And then also within Measure Z, it's becoming harder for staff to work with Measure Z, and we've just seen with not work with it, but it's causing a lot of extra stress and time. And we've also seen where the Measure Z was doing purchasing for fire, and that is not happening any longer. And Sean can speak to that, I believe, if anybody on this board. I think we all got messages from the fires chiefs organizations, but it's gonna, it's creating a problem. And so maybe Jessica can speak on that.
Yeah. So currently, unlike other Measure Z allocations, specifically the fire chief's allocation, we do all of the purchasing and budget management for the fire chiefs. And in last year, the charges were $20,000 for our purchasing team. And while purchasing is charging it, the CAO's office is not, and me and Sean share Measure Z. I take the fiscal side, he does more of the policy and management side, and we just absorb that, and we have not been charging. And the fire chief, the purchasing gets charged to Measure Z, but it doesn't get charged specifically to the fire chiefs, and most of that $20,000 from purchasing is for the fire chiefs. And so the problematic piece is that we're not getting any additional staffing allocation when we absorb these responsibilities. So even if we begin charging, it's still, there's no additional staffing to cover those responsibilities.
Okay, thank you. So I think the first discussion point would be the administrative staffing for Measure O, and I think that's what you were, was that what you were talking about? So do you want to speak to that? Sure. Okay, we'll start with Supervisor Madrone.
Sure. Well, I appreciate what Director Mattson said, that, we're under a lot of public scrutiny. It was really phenomenal that we got 63% of the vote for Measure O with all those other tax measures with all the cities on it at the same time and given the economy. And we're going to have to be really careful to deliver, just like with Measure Z, and I think we've done a great job with Z. We can always do more public information outreach on how the money is truly going to public safety, and so that people really see that. With Measure O, we are going to have an annual report from the auditing committee or whatever about where did the money go, and that's great. But I think, as we're delivering, there's nothing better than really informing the public about what we're delivering, and also having a robust staffing situation to be able to deliver, and to fulfill the promise. And as Tom said, he has high confidence of the ability to actually deliver all these projects, but I assume that includes if we have the proper staffing in place to actually manage, administer, contract, and do all these things. So I think it was your suggestion, Tom, that, if we add positions, that they should be justified. What are they going to do, and what need do they provide? And there was a kind of a switch here from what Public Works was recommending in the budget of Public Information Officer rather than CAO's office wanted to have a Administrative Analyst 1 and 2. So I think whatever we add here as a board, it'd be nice to hear why we think that position is necessary and how we're going to convince the public that it was a good expenditure of their money rather than pavement or something else. So that's just kind of my general overreaching piece of that. And I will remember that our auditor controller said he felt his analysis was that he needed 2 positions in the auditor's office in order to fulfill $24 million a year going out. So I'd like to hear, I guess, more details about that so we can really assure the public that we're doing a really good job with this money.
Jessica, you want to respond?
Yeah, through the chair, Supervisor Madrone. So the Public Works request for staffing allocations are included in the proposed budget. We did make that change from a public information specialist to an administrative analyst because a public information specialist is not an available allocation in Public Works. It is limited to the CAO's office. And so that was the best position we could come up with that we think can do the work that they're looking for.
You think they'll be doing similar work whether they're in one place or the other? But they can only be in one place.
Yeah, the Public Works requested it in their budget.
Okay.
So the Public Works allocations are included in the proposed budget. For your board to consider are the central services staffing allocations. And how that works is that we'll go through the cost allocation plan. So with the exception of purchasing, as I mentioned. And so those first charges to Measures O would not hit until 27, 28. And in the meantime, the general fund allocations would be increased in those departments in order to cover those positions. And then through the cost plan, those are charged to Measure O or Measure Z if your board so chooses.
If I might follow up. Okay, appreciate that. The auditor positions, they asked for 2, we're only allocating 1.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Michael's on
He's
the...
here.
Oh, there he is. He did go over that with me, but I can let him speak to that.
I missed some of the lead up to that. Can you refresh it, walking over it with the tape delay?
Hi, Michael. Thanks for coming on over. Supervisor Madrone has a question. Originally, you had stated at your public comment that you would need 2 positions for Measure O, and 1 is being considered, and I think that you had some discussion with the CAO's office. Can you explain that?
So I took some of Supervisor Bohn's feedback that, well, Measure O is going to be a significant work burden. Take some time, assess it, figure it out, and that it's going to take some ramp-up period. Also, we managed to find a little bit of extra funding in my budget to fund a senior accountant, so we were able to fill that position that way. So my remaining concern is accounts payable as we ramp this up. I expect accounts payable to be a significant burden related to Measure O. And so that's why my remaining recommendation is 1 senior fiscal assistant position in my accounts payable team. Accounts payable exceeds the number of senior fiscals I have already, and that significant increased burden is just going to slow things down.
Great. Well, I appreciate the way you're working things out behind the scenes. That's, I think, what we're hoping for up here is that everything you guys can work out, the better for us. So that answers that question there. I guess then the other one is on, you mentioned purchasing, because similar to the management of Measure Z, with the fire chief's allocations, that's hitting the CAA office's budget and not being reimbursed, so to speak, or new staffing, whatever. So in a sense, it's the same. With Measure O, there's going to be all kinds of purchasing going on that would require, could you speak to that position?
That's correct. So, and CAO Hayes can jump in if she would like. The purchasing team is impacted in the form of issuing purchase orders and then also doing invoice entry and payment. And so with the addition of $24 million, there's going to be a lot more of that. And so that's why we're recommending a buyer 1, 2 potentially, but that is at the direction of your board.
So in general, we're arguing that these positions are necessary to really deliver this program.
Correct.
At the various pieces within the different departments. So I didn't hear any opposition from Director Mattson to this, but more an explanation so that we're clear with the public what we're doing with this money and why it's not making pavement. But I think everybody understands that to make pavement, you've got to do these supportive roles. So I appreciate that one. The CAO management budget team position, could we speak to that one, please?
Yeah, that would be staff similar to what Sean and Jessica do for Measure Z. And I foresee this as being a position, should your board be supportive, that could split between the two programs. I don't think either one of them necessarily needs a full FTE, but knowing what the administration of Measure Z is, how much administration is already required in Measure O, it's going to be a very significant lift to continue to manage these programs in the way that the public expects from us. And to your point earlier, Supervisor Madrone, we, from a transparency perspective on Measure Z, we already know we could be doing a significantly more than we are doing right now. And there will be an expectation of that in Measure O to present to the public what these funds are being used for and to properly manage them. The dollars will be coming into the general fund, and so it'll be a close relationship between us and Public Works to move those funds over and to also have the oversight of the expenditure of the funds that the public expects from us. And Jessica, if you have anything to add to that, but it is not uncommon for agencies when they receive funding for a program that's $20+ million annually to require dedicated staff to manage that appropriately.
Understood, and I appreciate the explanation. I have 2 quick final ones. And I know it's getting late. County Council, could we do the same thing there?
Mm-hmm.
What's the recommendation there? What's the role?
Yeah, I can start. For County Council, we threw County Council in there because there will be a lot of contracting involved with Measure O. And I guess I will just throw out there, especially in County Council and on the CAO team, when we get these new pots of money and we take those on, those aren't necessarily getting charged to those pots of money because we work many, many hours and we can only charge for 40 hours because that is how we are paid. And so by actually allocating staff, we're properly funding those departments rather than putting the burden on additional staff hours that may or may not get charged to that pot of funding. And I just wanted to add one thing. Since this will go through the cost allocation plan, only actual time spent on Measure O will be charged to Measure O from these departments.
Great. Well, I'm sure the public, everybody appreciates these explanations because that's the accountability. So I appreciate that. The last question was earlier asked, 27 million, 24 million. What's going on there?
Yeah, so the $3 million that your board dedicated from fiscal year 24-25 work to additional roads work is that additional $3 million in the coming year.
That makes sense. Thank you. I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Arroyo.
I think all my questions got answered. Well, actually, I take that back. The local and tribal assistance funds, were those, is one of the options, I guess, are those funds being held in such a way that they're accumulating interest? Okay, so if we choose to allocate them, so right now, I guess I was wanting to ensure that they're accumulating interest while we're deciding what to do with them.
That's correct.
Okay, great.
Anyone else? Supervisor Madrone.
No, it's getting so late. There was the conversation about whether or not to pay the debt now, the 3 million, or to pay down the debt a year later. So is that, I think that's something we ought to have board direction on as well.
It is currently budgeted and to pay that 3 million down from the 24-25 collections. I would recommend, in the interest of fiscal sustainability, that your board continue with that, so that we are not continuing to accumulate negative interest in the road fund.
I'd like
How
to
much
add,
is that negative interest each year?
I believe in the last year that I looked at, it was around $200,000.
can I ask, how much do we anticipate to get between now and the end of the year for Measure O? Well, I guess it would be, yeah.
We had
One
an
quarter.
estimate of $6 million. There could be a ramp up
Right.
with businesses, so it might not land there.
So Director Mattson said that he was okay, I'm looking at him, with that 3 million going towards, yeah, so. Because he's gonna utilize the other 3 million, which we dedicated to, for him to be able to use. And so I myself don't want to steer away from that. I think that's really important to pay that down. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I have a question for, so the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it would be 5 position, is it 5 positions? Yeah. 5.
For the Measure O staffing.
7 positions?
For the Measure O
Yes,
administrative
yeah.
staffing, it's
Yeah.
4 positions that I included in there, but your board is welcome to provide whatever direction.
It's 4, but you have 7 on the staff report?
The 7 is the public works positions.
Oh, okay, and they're
It's
already
later
budgeted. I'm
on
sorry,
the
thank you.
recommendations.
So I wanted to know about, I think CAO Hayes had said that one of the positions could not be a full-time position, and so you could utilize maybe some of that for Measure Z. Which one was that?
The CAO management and budget team administrative analyst
Okay.
position could be split between Measure O
And
and
then
Measure
that
Z.
money could come out of the Measure Z, which I don't know how much that would be, but I know that there are certain aspects, a lot of aspects of Measure Z that aren't getting, I don't want to say not done, but getting put on the back burner. And also the spending allocation that we have for Measure Z, that was the 3-year plan at the dedicated amounts for the departments and the agencies, is due to expire next year. And so then we'll be reworking that, or whatever we're going to do there. And so that's going to be more work. And I'm wondering how my board feels about using a half position for Measure O, a half position for Measure Z, so that that work can get done. And also, I know maybe Michael can speak to it, but the purchasing for the fire districts is not going to be able to happen the current way that it is happening. And there is a lot of concern about that. I talked with Michael last week. He is not comfortable with, because of the auditing issues. And so it needs to happen different, which is going to be more work for departments. If you could kind of talk about that, Michael.
Yes, I have some concerns about the county purchasing directly on the behalf of nonprofits, whether we're able to do so or not. So I am committed to working with CAO Hayes and her staff to, as quickly as we possibly can, finding an alternative solution. In all likelihood, it will put a slightly bigger burden on the county and on especially on CAO Hayes' staff. So and
Okay.
this concern was initially brought up by former Auditor Controller Cheryl Dillingham in December.
Thank you. And then also, I don't know if my colleagues have heard from the fire departments, but it's not possible for the smaller departments to purchase. And so and I talked with Michael last week about that. They don't have the fund balances as well. And so and Michael has committed to work with the CAO to try to find a good solution, but that is also going to take dedicated time. And so that's just my input, that I'm hopeful, I really feel and have felt for some time that Measure Z needs some dedicated staff. And so I'm hopeful that my board can really support that. And thank you, Michael. And so that's all I had to really say. Michael, and so, yeah, and so the rest of the board can have discussion around that. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I agree with you that these are big issues, really important issues, and they don't have the fund balance. I've seen in many grant programs where advances can be offered up, and I'm assuming you're looking at all your options. There is accountability factor around providing advances, there's no doubt, but we're dealing with these highly reliable, local, that aren't going anywhere organizations that have a reputation to maintain. So I think your risk value is really, really low. But I hope we look at something like that, because no matter what we do, there's going to be work around that for the auditor and others and stuff. But there's been some really highly successful efforts at doing that. I know Sybil Emmett is familiar with some of that stuff in the fire realm especially, as well as North Coast Resource Partnership staff. So I just encourage you maybe try and look at that. It might be a solution.
Advances are very much on our radar.
Yeah. Great. Yeah. So does someone want to take a crack at a motion? Or, so we could do all staff recommendations except for we need to dedicate items 6 and 5. So we could do staff, if nobody wants to do it, I'll do it. Staff I will make a motion for staff recommendations, and that we do not have a hiring freeze for the 25-26 year, and providing staff direction on administrative staffing allocations for Measure O and Z, as we had talked about in the staff report. That would be my motion. And the only other thing that I would want, if I can get a second, but other direction, take other action as appropriate. I do think we need to look at funding the facilities to get some of that work done. And I don't know if that's it would come back, or if we would dedicate something now.
I look at you, Director Mattson, because I do believe you've been working on an updated facility master plan, and in that there were some staffing recommendations that you were planning to bring to the board, but I'm not sure the timing.
Yeah, and I would recommend we bring that back, because I've been sending things back and forth with the CAO and HR about what I think we need to do.
Okay.
And I think we need to, 3 of us come to the same page and bring something back on that.
Okay, I think that it's on our board's radar, though, and that's great. And then, so that would be my motion, if we can get a second.
Second the motion.
And just, we have been talking a bit about this at the facilities master plan subcommittee, so I want to make sure that we don't, if it's all right, we don't have too many surprises.
I don't think you will see too many surprises
Okay,
here.
great.
We
Thank
know
you.
they're underpaid, and we know we can't recruit them, and we know we need them.
Right. Thanks.
While you're there, before we take the vote, so with the money, the influx of money that we've gotten from Prop 1, at the $43 million for the new simple virins, that is going to impact your department as well, right?
Greatly.
Okay, so that just wrapping our heads around it and putting it out there. So that's going to be a consideration as well for staffing up the facilities department, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Appreciate that. We ready then? Does everybody feel okay? All right, Kaylee?
Supervisor Arroyo? Yes. Supervisor Bohn? Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, and a unanimous team.
Motion carries 5-0.
So I also want to just recognize and say thank you to the CAO staff and all the department heads. With a status quo budget, it's been difficult. And so we will have budget hearings Monday, this next Monday, and then adopt on the 24th, correct? Okay, we're adjourned.
Damn, I can't believe you got that done by just barely after 5.